Soul Satsang is soul's association with the universal truth or reality. Today, humanity is divided by man-made concepts, doctrines, and dogmas in the name of nationality, religion, race, caste, color, gender, lifestyle, and even in the name of science. Soul Satsang is an effort to create a soulful bonding or atmiyata between human beings based on the life's reality lived by different people across the world and learning from the global wisdom. At this point, we are touching only a global family united through Samarpan Meditation under the video series of This is Samarpan. Eventually, it will cover up more diverse subjects and demography. We hope you will appreciate our humble effort with an open mind and loving heart. Our intention is to enlighten one's soul and heal one's heart by learning from the life experiences of people who prove themselves to be healthy, happy, without losing any peace of mind in the life. Let the wisdom of life spread through our soul satsang. Soul Satsang is soul's association with the universal truth or reality. Today, humanity is divided by man-made concepts, doctrines, and dogmas in the name of nationality, religion, race, caste, color, gender, lifestyle, and even in the name of science. Soul Satsang is an effort to create a soulful bonding or atmiyata between human beings based on the life's reality lived by different people across the world and learning from the global wisdom. At this point, we are touching only a global family united through Samarpan Meditation under the video series of This is Samarpan. Eventually, it will cover up more diverse subjects and demography. We hope you will appreciate our humble effort with an open mind and loving heart. Our intention is to enlighten one's soul and heal one's heart by learning from the life experiences of people who prove themselves to be healthy, happy, without losing any peace of mind in the life. Let the wisdom of life spread through our soul satsang.
Jai Baba Swami, Jai Atmeshwar. On behalf of Global Samarpan family, we welcome all the divine souls to today's This is Samarpan session. We are excited to take you to a flying ride with Mr. Chandra Saravanamuthu from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Chandraji and his late wife Sumathiji were instrumental in bringing Samarpan meditation in Malaysia. Let's enjoy the Guru Chaitanya, meaning consciousness, flowing through this soulful conversation. Before we go further, a few house rules. Dear guests and co-hosts, phones on silent and WhatsApp calls on mute. Please turn off your audio video until the interview begins. We will announce and invite you to speak. If you get disconnected, please join back. Please message one of the teammates personally and we will make you co-host so you have privileges to mute and unmute. For audience, we request to please turn off your video so we can have better bandwidth to enjoy the show. During the session, if you have any questions, please share in the chat. We will collect all the questions and address them at the end of the session. And also, please note that we are going live on YouTube and the link for that is going to be shared in the Zoom chat. Please share it with all who might benefit from it. Thank you. Now, I would like to invite Sagar for the next part.
Thank you, Sonalji. The only objective of This is Samarpan is connecting all living beings of present times. The information and opinions shared here by anyone are personal views of the speaker and are not officially associated with any social, religious, cultural, political, educational, or other organization. We are here to be inspired on how to go back to our original nature of a pure soul or Holy Spirit. By no means we intend to offend someone or to hurt anyone's emotions. We support understanding of any subject based on our own experiences rather than relying on any online or bookish information, encouraging baseless ideology or superstitious beliefs. Please accept our soulful love or atmiyata and disregard any information that you don't agree with. Now I would like to invite Ash.
Thank you, Sagar. So, Himalayan Samarpan Meditation. The foundation of this beautiful program is Himalayan Samarpan Meditation. It is an authentic and simple meditation practice based on Guru Sanskar or values of Guru. It has been practiced since last 800 years in the Himalayas by the yogi, ascetics, sages, and was first brought into the society by Sri Shiv Krupanand Swamiji in 1994 for the benefit of the common people like us. By the grace of those Himalayan gurus, today Himalayan Samarpan meditation is practiced by millions of people in more than 50 countries in the world. Surprisingly, Himalayan Samarpan meditation is offered totally free to anyone without any barriers of nationality, religion, race, gender, color, caste, and language. Himalayan Samarpan meditation is made of 3 words. Himalayan because it comes from Himalayan gurus. Samarpan means letting go of negativity, of the ego, of thoughts, of the past or future, and any expectation or attachment. Meditation is naturally allowing our self-consciousness to merge into universal consciousness without any effort. Himalayan Samarpan meditation helps us to live life in a balanced state of mind with optimal body health to achieve overall progress while we grow spiritually. You will also hear us saying Jai Baba Swami or Jai Atmeshwar. This reminds us that we are all connected with one unseen thread of our master Baba Swami, and we bow down to the soul inside you. May I please have Sarika ji?
Thank you, Aishwarya. It's a great pleasure to introduce today's guest, who is very unique and multicultural soul Chandraji from Malaysia. Chandraji is born to a Hindu family in Muslim country and lived with Chinese and later lived in Montreal, Canada in French colony. He knows many languages: Tamil, English, Malay, Cantonese, and French. Chandraji holds various degrees, certificates, trainings, as well as licenses related to aviation industry. Chandraji is very passionate about airplanes, that he did not just build a very successful career in aviation industry, but he also poured the same passion in Samarpan family. Chandraji actually arranged a chartered plane ride for Swamiji when he visited Malaysia, and his family, including his late wife Sumathiji, was very active in arranging special awareness sessions in Samarpan for people to learn more about aviation sector. Chandraji and his wife, late Sumathiji, played a key role in starting center in Malaysia, and the family is very active till date in various Guru Karya activities and supporting progress of Samarpan meditation in Malaysia. So let's meet this pure soul, and for that I will now invite Hitendraji to start the interview.
Jai Atmeshwar. On behalf of Sri Shiv Krupanand Swamiji and Global Himalayan Samarpan family, I would like to welcome each and every divine soul watching this program to our This is Samarpan. Today, we are going to meet someone who is very special to me, to Swamiji, and to the sadhaks, especially in the country of Malaysia. Chandraji is a good friend of mine whom I met in Montreal when they visited for the first time at our center, at our home in Pierrefonds, Quebec, Canada, near Montreal. And before we go and talk to Chandraji, I want to tell you something. Today, everybody knows Lord Rama and his brother Lakshman. But if you want to go and talk to Dashratha, first we have to go to either Ram or Lakshman. How about before going to Chandraji, we go to Lakshman, his son first. Lakshman, are you here? I would like to invite you.
Yes, I am here.
Beautiful.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes.
All right. Jai
So
Baba
welcome
Swami,
back.
thank you so much.
Jai
Yeah.
Baba Swami, Jai Baba Swami Lakshman. This is so beautiful. I have seen you as a young child when you came to our home in Pierrefonds at the Samarpan Meditation Center. And last December when we met in Malaysia, my goodness, I was surprised. You are such a grown-up adult and very stylish guy. I like your hairstyle.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes. So one thing that I like about you is you have been very, very, very supportive to your mom and dad. And you probably, like other young kids, are not very keen on strictly following Samarpan meditation probably. But you are still believing in it. You still practiced it. And as a young boy, I have seen you attending the group meditation, you attending and teaching the meditation to other kids, whether they are your family members or non-sadhaks. Tell me something about how you perceive it as an independent young boy, Samarpan meditation, and the journey that you have seen your mom and dad going through with Samarpan meditation.
Okay. So Samarpan meditation, like as you said, it has been a big part of my life ever since my parents, first got to know about it back when they were in Canada. And, they really worked hard and put in, their utmost efforts in their own ways to ensure that Samarpan meditation flourished, and they eventually brought it to Malaysia. So when you ask for how I felt about it, right? Pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So initially, when I was young, obviously, I was too small to
Playful.
kind of understand what is happening. So I just went along with it. And I'll be honest, there were phases as I grew older where I was a bit rebellious, because group meditations is every week, and I'd be
You
so
lose your time.
yeah, you'll be school and stuff, and I'd want to go see friends and stuff. But as you go along, you see the pure, you start to sort of understand the pure intentions that Samarpan meditation has. And really, for me, I kind of learned to value that more, which is why
Right.
even now, with all the commitments I have, I do try my best to make some time every now and then to still visit the center and go for
Very beautiful.
meditation.
Very beautiful.
Yeah.
And this is all I want or expect from our next generation and young children, that at least you are exposed to it, at least you understand the value and benefit it can bring to your life. And going further, I can tell you one thing, Lakshman, that life is going to be tough. Your life is not going to be as easy as what you have seen in our life, your parents' life. But I have met so many professional young adults who were searching for meditation. And after coming to Samarpan meditation, they felt that I found something that is helpful to me. And you don't have to get disappointed or too much stressed out of anxiety due to your work or your personal relationship with boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever, colleagues. You don't have to get too much dragged down in the negativity, because you have one resolution, you have one helpline, and that is not from outside, it is from inside. That is Samarpan meditation. I want you to take that away with you, and I want our young sadhaks or non-sadhak, young people, young generation, to realize that meditation is not about practicing or following a path, or being member of a organized religion. It is more about self-help. It is a self-help tool that can help you. And once you do that, once you have that support system from within as well as from outside, as a global community that we are trying to establish here by the grace of our Gurudev, Sri Shiv Krupananda Swamiji, I want to make sure and give hope to young generation that we are here and we are part of your soul family. You can rely on us whenever you need us. Okay. And Swamiji bless you, and I love you, and entire Samarpan family loves you, Lakshman. That is what I want to say.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Jai Baba Swami.
Jai Baba Swami. Do you have anything else that you wanted to share from your end?
Not really. I think that's pretty much from my end. And as you all mentioned, my father, Mr. Chandra, he'll be going deeper into Samarpan meditation and how it is brought into Malaysia. So I hope all of you enjoy.
One more thing. One more thing before you go away. I want to tell our audience that Lakshman is very good at giving surprise to his dad. Whenever he comes out from outside from the business tour or travel, he has some surprise party or something going on for him, and we are going to learn more such things, that how he surprised his dad and how he collaborate with his family, friends, colleagues to make sure that his father enjoy his life. And that is what I love about you, Lakshman, that you care for your father, you stand as a support for your father, and you respect him. I have seen it, because when we went for the breakfast together in December, early morning, I know, and we are going to see more of the pictures and everything with your daddy's story. So thank you very much for joining us. Swamiji, bless you. I love you, beta.
All right. Thank you so much. Jai Baba Swami, everyone.
Jai Baba Swami. Now that we have spoken to Lakshman, let's go to the father of Lakshman, Chandraji. I would like to welcome Chandraji.
Jai Baba Swami, to everyone who's watching this program. Thank you so much for giving an opportunity to present this talk to many of my friends, relatives, and those who are unknown to me, not only in Malaysia, but across the globe. So I hope all of you will enjoy it. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Welcome, Chandraji. As I have mentioned, he is a good friend of mine, and we know each other for almost, I would say, 14 years now, 15 years. So are you ready for the interview? I'm going to start asking the questions. Please tell us about your childhood. We would like to know, how were you when you were a young boy, and what was the life presenting to you?
Through, I was born to a very below average family. My father was only a hairdresser, and he's actually immigrated from Sri Lanka. So, we always had difficulties with, because he was the sole breadwinner. So sometimes he had to face up with law for not settling bills. But however, we managed it. But I always had a very simple outlook in life. But I was always fascinated with the airplanes flying, and some or other, I took a lot of initiative, stayed focused. And, early days were not easy because we did not have the technology what we have today. But at the same time, the burning interest was there to achieve something. And so I started off small by building planes and getting knowledge. And, my siblings were all, I was the youngest in the family. So I always was treated as a pet. But again, we had very strong discipline and values we had, being a very religious family. So we were brought up in that manner. And then we suddenly, when I ended up in school, and then I found out there was the club, the aero modeling club. So that made it more interesting for me. And joined the group, and, so naturally you develop your passion. And I never knew that passion will become your career someday. And went to the extent of even developing training manuals, and making improvements to a lot of the, the training materials with the aircraft manufacturers. Wow. So that has given me a great step in life, where you start and where you end up.
That is amazing and very inspiring story, Chandraji. If you don't mind, I would like to know, as a young boy or family coming from Sri Lanka to Malaysia, what religious background you had or the family was practicing at that time?
Well, we were, my family was practicing Hinduism. So we had temples beside our home. And because the temple was there, so we were always attending all the temple pujas and any things. So we were very involved with all the cultures and all the festivals. Very so good. That was our only entertainment we had at the time.
Yes. So, I think those festivals and those celebrations adds up colors in our life and gives us opportunity to mingle with the community, family, friends.
Exactly.
It's a good thing.
True, but then because I was, three of us were born here, and therefore, a lot of my neighbors were Chinese. So we used to, play with them, listen to their songs, loud music. That is how I managed to pick up Cantonese and, also integrate with their lifestyle, food and festivals. Wow. So that has become part of your life. I mean, it's nothing new for me to even hold a chopstick. But when you go overseas, you hold a chopstick, someone is wondering, you can use chopsticks. They thought only the Chinese could use it. Yes, but Malaysia being a multicultural society, so we
Yes,
have the advantage which many never realize.
that's
In
amazing.
the,
That's amazing. And so you said that while you were in the high school, there was a club that was encouraging the interest in aerospace industry. And tell us a little bit about that, because many young children today uh, are wondering about the aerospace industry and they would like to be part of it. But as a young boy, what was that course, or what was the motivational thing about that club that put you into this club and try to develop your career, your entire future, based on that little things that you learn in the school?
yeah, the first thing I wanted to learn was how an aircraft flies.
Uh-huh.
So I wanted to learn that. So I was very interested, how does it take off? So they had these miniature engines and we were made to build airplanes. And as compared to many of them, I, managed to get some change here and there, and then collect some money, save it, and then, bought all these materials. They call it the balsa wood. And then
Uh-huh.
I managed to, fix my own plane. And then I had my own plane. It's just like telling you today I own a jet. So this
Wow.
is a Mickey plane. But at that age, you feel so great holding a small plane that you own.
And how old were you at that time?
Well, at that time, I think I was like 13 years old,
13-year-old.
13,
So
14 years old.
that is the age when you really start picking up your how you say, the mind, your ego, your intellect. It starts creating the identity as a person. And from very base, from very early age, you started developing yourself as a person who wants to fly the planes, who wants to learn about the planes and how it works and how it can be made. That is a very powerful and how you say, that must have given you the sense of achievement also, that I can create something like this that can fly.
That's true. That's absolutely, because once you understand the theory of flight, whether it's a
Right.
small plane or a big 747, the theory of flight still remains the same. Maybe they got more
Absolutely.
flight controls, but the goal is achieved, that you can fly a plane. And you
Right.
understand a bit more, but naturally at that age, we didn't have that much of knowledge because we didn't go to school or anything to study about them. But with
Very nice.
limited resources and knowledge, we learned. But later years, when I went to India to take up my aircraft engineering, and that's where I tend to learn more, and you get deeper into a lot
Yes,
of
you
things.
educate yourself and you develop yourself in that field. So that is something that inspire our young children. Even myself, I find that anything that you want to learn, you can learn from this world, as long as you are determined and you are willing to put interest into it. And this reminds one teaching that Swamiji has given us in our life. Swamiji says that in order to be successful, one has to be balanced. First, you want to stand up on your 2 feet and then you can walk. The same way, if you want to become successful in the life, then you have to first balance yourself, because Swamiji says a balanced person's efforts are going to be balanced, that leads towards success. And if you start running into east direction, you will have confidence to run in any direction. Then you can go to west, you can go to south, you can go to north, any direction you want. That is what you are telling me, that once you understood the mechanism of how the plane flies, then you can develop more and more by learning through the educational system and by exploring your career itself into that field. So that is the message I want each and every young person to take from this answer, from this story. Because first time we have a sadhak who is telling us his life journey about the aerospace industry, and this is going to be your guideline when you want to do something or when you want to achieve something in your life. So very inspirational. Thank you very much, Chandraji, for sharing that with us. Let's go on the next part of your childhood story. And Another thing that I observed in your story is your father was a very simple hairdresser. And as you mentioned, uh, life presents its own challenges when one moves or migrate from one country to another. There are so many challenges of survival. There are so many things to take care of the family's needs. And even with that, you still had that dream of going into aerospace industry, learning and developing your career. That is the inspiration. That is the motivation for everyone who wants to be something in their life. Don't look at your current situation. If you have the vision, if you have the goal, we are going to learn from Chandraji's story how you can materialize it, how you can realize it.
Actually, the most important thing for the younger generation to know is, first thing is, you must have a great passion, whatever you want to do. And once you have the passion, then what you do is you fall in love with it. Just like how you fall in love with your pet dogs or a friend, or or your parents. You develop that love, and then you make sacrifices.
Yes.
When your friends are enjoying, and you are reading your books. Yes, it has happened to me. And when Diwali time in India, I was studying when everyone was celebrating Diwali. But that is how it is. You make sacrifices in life, and finally you'll see the happiness and rewards, which I'm
Yes, that
actually
is your
enjoying.
investment. Your sacrifice, your hard work is your investment. And if you do it in the earlier years right way, then in the later years, you don't have to work too hard. Then it starts reaping the fruit out of it. Very, very true. Very, very true. Let's move on the next part. So this was the story. Please tell us about your personal and professional life.
Yeah, so what happened was, when I finished my high school, I started working, and I was very keen to go. I can't afford to go to England. It's too expensive. I thought I would look for a school somewhere closer, because they never had proper aviation schools in this region other than India and Hong Kong at the time. I'm
Right.
talking about the 70s.
Mhm.
So I found a school in India, and I mean, it's just an average school, but the lecturers were very good because they were Royal Air Force trained at that
Wow.
time, because India was, under the British rule.
British,
So a
yes.
lot of them they were very well trained, and they spoke very good English. So they were my instructors who actually retired, and they, joined the school, and they were teaching us. So we had very good training. And
Amazing.
later years, not many, most of them collect the college diploma and they return. But I was very determined that I wanted to get the license that will make you an aircraft maintenance engineer. And I stood there and stayed focused and proved it, and was the first Malaysian to get the Government of India's license,
Wow.
which was recognized in Malaysia at that time. Even till today, in my Malaysian licenses, it is endorsed, issued under the strength of the Indian license. So that
Wow.
was the period. And the college was very supportive, especially the chairman, who was also my mentor. And later years, you'll see that, he actually used me to purchase a plane,
Wow.
and I took it to Malaysia by ship. So in simple words, what I'm trying to tell you, I studied at the college and sold a plane.
So who was your mentor? What is his name? And
Yeah, his name is
tell a little bit
Dr.
about.
KCG. Yeah, he's the one which you can see.
Uh-huh.
I'm studying with him, but this was later years. I think it was 2006. I returned from Canada and had lunch with him, and then I left. But he was not feeling well at the time. But 2 weeks later, he passed away. But he
Oh,
was a great mentor. Yeah, he was a great mentor, and he had guided me in many areas. And also, you can see the first picture on the right side, where we came to purchase a plane in Singapore, and a lot of people never, not to say we didn't get the right aircraft until one day we found an aircraft, and then the deal was closed, and then I took it across. But
wow.
whenever it comes to Singapore, we'll always invite me to be with him, and we'll do a lot of shopping and do lunch and dinners together. Such a wonderful man, and on many occasions I visited him. But later years, yes, he passed away, and then when they had the inauguration of his statue in 2010, I made sure that I was there.
Very, very true. So where is this statue located now?
It's located in Chennai, in a college library.
Okay.
So, and the family is running the institution. It's called Hindustan Group of Institution.
Oh,
You
so
run the yeah.
it is privately owned institution?
Yes. Yes, it's privately owned institution. They have a university, and they have a flying club. And the
Wow.
plane that took to them, they have kept it separately as a remembrance of his dad's first airplane.
Very, very beautiful. So
And it's still there.
this is real something that you were a young boy who started this, and then you entered into the profession where you build up such a beautiful relationship with your professors or teachers and mentors who were helping you, and you were helping them again to realize their dream. So these kind of things happen in very few people's life, and you were fortunate that you build up this. I myself have enjoyed traveling with you. I myself have enjoyed the spending time with you, going from places to places, and it was such a fresh memory. Just December 2022, I can see that give and take happens more at the personal level, and it has a lot to do with your personality, your character, how you build up, how you see, how you integrate with people. I have seen, Chandraji, that you have a giving heart, and you are a very respectful person. Because you respect others, people do respect you, and people enjoy your company. So when you have so much respect for your mentor, you are bound to receive some good knowledge, information, and values. Swamiji says one thing, that guru-disciple relationship is very much soul-to-soul relationship. When in a classroom, when we go and you see a teacher, you probably do not like his way of teaching. You probably do not like his looks. You probably do not like his pronunciation because there is accent or there is a different way of talking. And you might be judging that teacher as a student. But Swamiji explains, you judging or you commenting negatively about that teacher or professor does not change anything in the life of a teacher. It does not reduce his paycheck, but that teacher is still going to get the same pay. He is still going to maintain his job. However, by not respecting that teacher, by not respecting that mentor, by not respecting that upper level person who is becoming medium for you to get the information in your life, you are losing the opportunity to absorb the subtle values of that person. So one thing that I want to bring to our audience's attention is, what I love and respect about Chandraji is he always see the good things in other, and he always try to find the best in that person, to compliment him, to learn from him, and apply in his character. That is the reason why he is able to build up such a lovely, kind, and healthy relationship, not just on a personal level, but also on a professional level, that we are going to learn more about it. But these are little things, the traits that I want you to see, observe, and learn, because this is what builds a human being, and this is what builds the success in our life. Is that true, Chandraji?
Absolutely, you're correct. I mean, certainly we need to have values, we need to have respect, and we need to have discipline and also principles.
Yes.
That will make you a perfect person. But a lot of time, I always like to set an example for the younger generation so that
Very, very true.
they, will carry forward or do better than me.
And I always have learned one thing, And I try to do the same thing with young generation or people around me, that if I have suffered, if I have been challenged by the world, by the life, by the people, how I manage myself, how I came out as a winner or as a survivor, even if not the winner, not the successful person of the situation, it is fine. How I survived that situation, I try to learn that lesson and I try to pass it down to next generation or warn people around me, whether it is my family or sadhaks or non-sadhaks at work, anybody. That is the human characteristic. These are the values, and I believe that those values are coming from your parents, because what you see and learn at very young age, that is what carries on as a tradition. What do you have to say, Chandraji, about that?
Yeah, no, that is true. Certainly, that is one of the things. Plus, also the exposure. It's good that I went to India because I learned a little bit more of cultures and discipline and mannerism, especially.
Yes, yes.
Very South Indians. And a simple example: if someone touches your feet, they'll bow down and like apologize.
Yes.
That kind of thing that we never learned, but it's
Forgiveness
exposure.
kind of things. It is
Yeah,
showing the
exactly.
respect for that person.
Exactly. So those are all, you don't see that in many countries.
Yes, yes, yes. And in the Western countries, people do hug and kiss when they meet someone to greet that person. But in India, we always have this posture of namaskar. And during the COVID time, this became the signature even for the political leaders when they get together during the COVID time or after COVID. This is what is teaching us that certain values, certain cultural values and habits that we see has some importance in the life, not just from the mannerism aspect, not just from the etiquette aspect of it, but also from the point of physical, mental, and emotional health. This is what Hinduism or the scientific way of living that comes from India, from the people who were living on the bank of Sindhu, river Sindhu. That is why they are called Hindus. So very, very powerful things. I myself can connect with that I was born and brought up in a small village, township of Navsari, where Swamiji have established the Dandi ashram now. And then after my SSC, I went to Mumbai. Mumbai is a cosmopolitan, bigger city, mega city, dream city, I would say, for any Indian person. When I went there, I started integrating with people from different states, different languages. So in India, it is like a continent. You see so much variety, so much diversity, and people are united as one family or one community, even though there is so much diversity. That is what I learned from Mumbai. And then I got married and I moved to Montreal. International communities, I got involved with Chinese, Vietnamese, Filipinos, Greek, Italian, and of course, Canadian Americans, all those people. This made me grow from within. As you say, exposure is very, very important. And how many sacrifices you made, how that is your investment in your life. All those little things make you as a person. That is what I'm learning from you, Chandraji.
Thank you. Well, yeah, that's
So
a lot of challenges were there, naturally as you're growing up, but all this for the betterment.
yeah, so that was your mentor. That is what created the base for your learning and getting the best out of those mentors and teachers. Tell us a little bit about your next step with the Royal Malaysian Police Serving. What are these
Well,
things?
okay, what happened was when I got my engineer's license in India, the college itself offered me a job as a lecturer. So I was lecturing for a year as I was working at the flying club in Madras.
Wow.
And later, when I returned to Malaysia for good, what happened? There was a requirement for a lecturer to teach the Malaysian police air wing, the
Wow.
technicians and the pilots. So, over time, I was able to develop and teach because teaching is a technique, how to impart knowledge. Like, for example, you might know something, but how to explain it to someone. So you need to know the technique, you see.
Yes,
So
very,
that's
very
why
true.
we have, in academic studies, we have what we call Teachers Training College. But in aviation, yes, we do have, but it's not as big as Teachers Training College. So I developed those techniques, and naturally you work
Wow.
physically and learn more, and that is how I grew with them. Certainly was a big bonus for me, because you're working with different cultures, wonderful people, and also it's you're working for the government of Malaysia, so puts you in a right perspective, and you need to be more disciplined. And we had very good safety record.
Mhm.
And yeah, so and then I left for Canada when I immigrated to Canada, and what happened
What
was
year?
that it
What year did you
was
graduate? What year?
1988. Yeah, 1988.
88 you graduated. Then when did you move to Canada?
No, 88, I left the police air wing,
Okay.
and I went to Canada in 88. And then what happened after about close to 4 years, there was a requirement because they had a couple of accidents. So
Whoa.
there was a job offered by the Malaysian Home Ministry, and I took it up, and I returned to Malaysia and worked for a few years. That gave me an opportunity to stay with my parents and
Very
stay
nice.
with all my siblings
Very
and
nice.
friends. And so it was good to bring back some knowledge.
Yes, yes,
Now,
yes.
yeah.
So what I am
So
observing in your story, and I want to bring attention of our audience to those points, because we are trying to learn from the life story of Chandraji and our guest every time we have new guest in TIS. That young boy having a dream how to learn about playing. He goes back to India, studies, masters his art of teaching the techniques of aviation, teaches to the people in Malaysia, and then he get opportunity to go in the Western countries where he could not afford in the young age. Now he is able to go to Canada and work there. The government of Malaysia now see the importance of the dream and knowledge. Two things. Many times we have dream, but we don't have right efforts invested, and we don't make enough sacrifice. That's why we are not able to succeed in our dreams. But he has invested every step of his life wisely, and he is benefiting from that. Not only that, he is trying to impart that knowledge to the other people around him. That is what make a person not just successful but a happy person. This is how I look at it. There are many who will probably make millions, but millions-dollar earning is one thing, and having the $1 million worth of blessings and smile with other people is another thing. Samarpan meditation is all about, without losing the peace of mind, without losing the love from your heart, you are progressing in the life, and at the same time, you are able to take care of your family, you are able to take care of yourself and people around us. That is what Samarpan meditation can do, the personality can do. And these are the values not only you can have by coming into Samarpan meditation, you can get from your family, as Chandraji was not at that time in Samarpan, your family, your surrounding, and most important thing is your attitude. If you have right attitude, then only you will absorb the things and release the things. Otherwise, you will pass it on, you will take it for granted for no reason. This is what I have seen in my life living in India, Canada, and USA. And this is where we connect very well, and we understand and appreciate each other, that how the struggle makes you more perfect, not the success, but the struggle and challenges that makes you more perfect. Is that true, Chandraji?
yeah, absolutely correct on that. Why? Because you hit the nail right on the head for the attitude. Why? Because worldwide, I had the opportunity to travel and teach and mingle. You can provide knowledge through training or through
Yes.
schools, and you can develop what do you call the habits. You can develop the habits, And the skill also you can develop with time. But attitude is something that is very difficult. It's very
Yes,
difficult. I've seen attitudes in North America and different places are different totally.
yes, yes. And
That is the
we need to say, you must have already witnessed this. The humility is the most important aspect of human being. Human are those who have humility, those who love themselves and love others, and at the same time respect other, to earn the respect from others. Because without love and respect, you will not have trust from others. To be respected and to be successful in this industry, it's very challenging, I would say, because this is not like an ordinary industry where you have thousands and millions of people. These are the unique people with unique technology. I was in Montreal, and Montreal has not just Bombardier where you work. We also had the spar technology, like spar
CAE.
aerospace industry things, and they released the Canadian arm in this space. My sister used to work there, and they said that the electronics that they were developing, they are looking for 99.99999 accuracy. They can not allow a little bit of imperfection, because anything that fails, they cannot go back and fix it, like your car or your other things that is on the road, so this industry is very demanding, very challenging, and you have been progressing so far in what we are seeing as a winner and valuable asset to not just your country, but the other people around your country also. Like, you were called back to Malaysia, you were getting opportunity in Canada. Tell us more, because this is getting more and more interesting for us.
No, but what happened was, I had this, as you can see here, I've done a lot of training and doing work for a lot of customers. That's
Right.
because they're able to deliver on time, and then it's easy to deal with me, and kind of flexible. And
Yeah.
also the thing is, most important is you have to keep to your words. If you tell
Yes.
something, you better do it. Otherwise, people get upset. So you have to know these things in upfront. And it's
Mhm.
also a bit of risk taking. You have to do a risk analysis of the project, because sometimes you don't want to put your hands in there. But these days, after starting Samarpan, I'll get the blessing from Swamiji whether to go ahead with this project or not.
Yes, you already
Because
get
you
the
never
inner
know.
voice, inner message from it.
Yeah.
Very
So,
true.
but as I said, I've traveled around and certainly seen different aspects, like in Taiwan and Australia, and also in
Bangladesh,
Canada. Yeah,
Indonesia,
Bangladesh. Yeah, many places, Mexico.
Mexico.
Uh, I mean, naturally, I would always say, join the aviation and see the world. That's what I will tell you. But
Right.
you can put your job across, and people do value you. I mean, once you're knowledgeable and you're able to do the stuff in the way you chair the meetings and everything, it always got value. But it takes time. It doesn't come overnight.
It doesn't come overnight. You have to
Yes.
go through it in order to develop yourself as a person also.
Yeah.
And right attitude, because most of the time people are so skeptical and so fearful that they get exposed to the opportunity, they will not absorb it, they will not accept it, they will reject it out of fear or out of judgmental mindset, or lack of knowledge also. Sometimes I have witnessed those things as some of the qualities that make people miss the opportunity. So that was that professional aspect of your life. I would like to know a little bit about your personal life. When did you get married? Along with these
Yeah.
things, I'm sure that, and when did Lakshman was born?
Actually, I was so involved in aviation. Actually, I got married to aviation first before I got married to my actual wife. Someone used to make fun of me, saying that you forgot to get married. I said, yeah, it's true. But anyhow, when I returned to Malaysia to work with the police, that's when I, met Sumathi through her friend. got introduced to her. And later years, she went disappeared. But anyway, then she resurfaced. And then and met her and we both chatted and said, how come you're not married? And then she in turn asked me, how come you're not married? You went to Canada, you didn't get married with someone over there. I said, no, it's not that something you go to the supermarket and pick one up, is it? So naturally, you need to know your values and whatever the cultural blending is, something that will suit you. But anyhow, so I got married to her, and then I left, went back to Canada again, and took her along. And we started off from Vancouver, then we lived in Calgary, and then Bombardier offered the job, and they moved me to Montreal. And because I went to do a contracting job, and they saw my capability and my performance, and they themselves offered, and they moved everything, and they stationed us. But at that time, Bombardier was doing very well. But that was a very rare opportunity, because when I went to Bombardier, before that, I always used to think that you cannot change the world. You can only change yourself.
Absolutely.
Because I travel so much that, they say in Rome, do as the Romans do. So likewise, I always had that concept. But after joining Bombardier, when I started writing the training manuals of both pilots and engineers, I realized that I can change the world, the way I write my material.
Absolutely.
I'm going to spell out, but I have to have justification for that. Why am I writing it like that? So that gave me a different outlook in life. Like, yes, you can change the world.
Absolutely.
That is how I spent 10 years in Bombardier writing all the training manuals. And I had a very good letter from Bombardier when I left. A wonderful, nice letter they gave me.
Nice.
And that has put me in the forefront with many organizations, such. So to develop these things, it takes time, and also you cannot have big ego and things like that.
Yes. These are the hurdles. In fact, I have noticed people who are judgmental, people who are egotistic, they are creating hurdle for themselves, not for others. Sometimes they think that because of my power or because of my knowledge, I can exploit others, but they are creating toxic environment for themselves by misbehaving or by abusing their powers. I have seen that so many intelligent and well knowledgeable people. I have worked with privately owned, multinational, university, government, all kind of people I have worked in my last 30 years of career in India, in Canada, as well as in USA. And I can tell you, I totally agree with you. In India, we call Jevo Desh, Tevo Vesh. In Rome, be Romans. Dress up like Roman, talk like Romans. That is what you meant. And you have to go and adapt with the culture. You have to learn the language, the communication, everything. I'm sure that you have traveled and you have grown with different things. As you mentioned that you were born and brought up with Chinese, you were learning Indian culture and French. I learned French after going to Montreal only. Before that, I did not even know alphabet of French. But those little things develop our personality, allows us to grow. And the most important thing that you said was you can change the world only if you know how to change yourself, because adaptation is the most important quality for any human being. I have adapted from Navsari to Mumbai to Montreal to Raleigh, North Carolina, USA now, by making myself always flexible, by learning other people's culture. When I moved to Mumbai, I learned Marathi and their cultural belief, their festivals. When I moved to Montreal, I learned a lot about not just French language and French culture, but also about people who were coming from other countries and live in Canada. So we learn their culture, we adapt, we accept, and we integrate. That is the beauty of diversity. But coming from the side of world, whether in East Asia, Southern Asia, where we have such a beautiful diversity, we are more adaptable and more open-minded, open-hearted. Not only that, we are ambitious enough to change ourselves. When we come from the east to west, we are very ambitious and we are very courageous to leave behind our culture, to leave behind our family, and to go and learn from the different culture, their values, and I have noticed one thing: people who come from east to west, they are very cautious and careful about respecting the Western culture, making sure that they are able to understand it, not misunderstand it. They are able to uh, not get offended. We always make sure that we are trying not to offend them. However, part of it is coming from the British Empire that has programmed our mind in the Eastern countries, that uh, people from the West are more intelligent, more scientific, more logical, rational, and organized. Those are the things that also allowed us to develop that respect for the Western countries. But one thing that you say, I cannot change myself. I have to, I cannot change the world. I have to change myself. It is the same thing that they say in Western world, that you cannot change the direction of the wind, but you can change the direction of your sail. When you match the direction of your sail in the direction of your wind, you will be able to travel, you will be able to progress, and you will be able to grow, rise above. This is what the secret of every successful person. And building good, healthy relationship, you have to let go, and you have to tolerate also nonsense from the other people. This is what I have done in my own life. This is what I have also learned. And we both are very similar in that sense, that we were moving from east to west. We were challenging our own personality, our own habits, to change ourselves, adapt, and at the same time proving ourselves in every situation. You will be surprised that every time I go to any work environment, I have been more involved in the accounting and finance and operations and retail. Uh, I immediately notice the flaws or drawbacks in the operation, how things are not working or why they are not working. And I did my computer science studies in 88 87. So I learned business analysis at that time, and I'm still taking more advanced classes now in business analysis. My point is, those who want to change the direction of their sail, that is direction of their attitude, and learn to adapt with the need of the time and the world, they are always a good student. People always want to be respected and earn like a big and successful teacher or guru or swami or master, but they don't want to invest like those master or teacher or gurus have invested. You have to learn first what is the journey of that person. That is the job of TIS. In TIS, we are trying to show in detail what journey made this person who he is today, and how the attitude, personal upbringing, as well as Samarpan meditation is becoming helpful in the life of a person as a not just person, but as a soul, as a human being. That is what is going to make you a happy human being, healthy human being. Because being materially successful, academically successful, or professionally successful is not difficult. You can play game, you can play all kind of good and bad things to outperform and overcome others, overtake others. That is what we have seen, and that is why we are not happy. But my question to those who are dreaming to be successful, rich, powerful, I want to ask only one question to you. Do you want to be only rich, powerful, famous, and successful, or you want to be successful at the same time happy and healthy? That is where your attitude, that is where your personality, that is where your humility will play a big role. And let us learn from Chandraji's story how his personality, his attitude, his adaptation is helping him to grow and progress in his life where he is today. Chandraji, please add light to what I am saying. Do you
Yeah.
agree with what I'm saying?
Uh, True. I mean, there is no, you see, I always believe there's never a perfect time to do anything. Just go and do it. We
Yes.
always will say we'll wait for another day or a good day will come. I will go and do this. I don't believe in that. When you think you want to do it, just go and do it. So this is my approach in a lot of things. When
Yes.
the need arises, just go and do it. I mean, you don't wait or, there's some of the qualities I've picked up. This is one of the thing. And the other thing is always be prepared.
Yes. Yes.
So in my travel, I'm always prepared. I was telling my son that I had a backup kit in case if I cannot make it here, I will still stay in a hotel and conduct this interview because why airplanes can break down.
Yes. Everything
Yeah.
has own plus and minus. And as we were discussing, I want to bring to the attention of our audience also. Chandraji just came back home after a business meeting for 3 days, 4 days, and the distance from the airport to his house should be covered in 1 hour. It took him 3 hours, but still he's in time. Till he is making this program successful for us and for you guys, because he want to share to you. And this is where we are talking about how good energies, good attitude, and positive aura is helpful to you. We discuss all these things, and I assured him, don't worry, Swamiji will bring you to your home safely and he'll give you enough time to be prepared. That is exactly what happened, right?
True. Absolutely, you're correct on that.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I'm
this
going to
is
give
where
you
the faith part comes. This is where the aura part comes. Very beautiful. And when was Lakshman born, by the way?
was born on 29th March.
Okay. And he was born in Malaysia or Canada?
No, he was born in Canada, Montreal.
Oh, so he's like Sajan and Raj. He is a Canadian.
Yeah.
Very, very
Well,
good.
yeah. I mean, naturally, this is up for them, you see, to realize that opportunity is there. Many people say opportunities are nowhere. Opportunities are nowhere. Nowhere. Actually, you have to take it out. Opportunities, Nowhere. Opportunity is now here.
Yeah, very
That's
good.
the way you got to look at it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The opportunities are now
So,
here.
yeah. So if you read it, like opportunity is nowhere, you take the no and put a W by the side and move the
Yeah.
here.
Just one
Opportunity is now
character
here.
moving from right to left makes a
Exactly. So
difference.
that's the way you got to look at things.
Yes. So it is all about what Swamiji says. होना और मानना, उसके बीच की कड़ी समर्पण है. There is a reality and there is a belief. How you look, how you understand, how you interpret, how you perceive, and what you believe out of this reality, that is what is going to create your future reality. Because most of the time people are living with fear, anxiety, depression, complaints, criticism, comparison, and all those things are creating the basis for their future. Swamiji says a person may look like an ordinary person, but if you experience his aura, his energy, and try to connect with that energy, you will be able to get if he is a right person or wrong person. That is where Samarpan meditation plays its roles also. So you get opportunity, you can miss the opportunity simply because you are not seeing it, you are not able to understand it. What Samarpan meditation can do in your life with those opportunity, it will give clarity of mind, it will give clarity of vision and understanding. It will open up the windows of your mind to see only what is right. In fact, as Chandraji says, that whenever now I get the opportunity for any project or any job or any contract, your inner voice is so clear, your soul's vision is so clear, you literally get the messages as if somebody is talking to you. Take it or don't take it, use it or don't use this opportunity, let it go, even though it look very lucrative, very rich, very good opportunity for making money, sometimes it is good to go. I have let go so many opportunities, even though I was getting bigger money, simply because my soul was telling me, no, right now it is not the thing that you should do, and I have rejected that. That is what Chandraji meant when he says that sometimes you get the contract, but sometimes people are playing game with you too. And to learn this, you have to be in the water. You cannot learn to swim by sitting on the coast, on the bank. You have to go in the water. You have to face the fear of, oh, I could be drowned too. You have to face every situation. Then you will learn, oh, when this happens, I can move my hand like this, I can move my feet like this, and I can swim. So that is the art of living, art of swimming, art of developing the good, healthy, personal, professional, and devotional relationship. Very beautiful. We are learning so many things from your life, Chandraji. Little
No,
things, but it is helping us.
when you look positively with your eyes, you'll see everything is beautiful. And when you
Yes,
speak positively, you'll see a big group of followers.
absolutely. And I think you said the secret of my life also by telling that because in Samarpan family, we have developed such a huge collectivity, soulful collectivity, again, where people are willing to love, respect, and trust each other and work together as a family. That happened simply because I have always kept a positive attitude. I have always made sure that anything that I speak, rather anything that I also think, should be positive. I don't want to get dragged down with any negativity, any judgmental or fearful or any issues that goes and drag people down. I want to be uplifting in my words. I want to be uplifting in my energy and create only positive aura. By Gurudev's grace, that is happening with sadhaks of Samarpan meditation naturally. This is what's supposed to be if you are truly surrendered to Guru and Guru's grace is showered on you. It automatically happens. Is that true, Chandraji?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, a lot of events has happened. I mean, in the past, naturally, I didn't share it with many people. Maybe my late Sumathi knows. But yes, a lot of times, when you see my kind of jobs, people don't realize we do carry planes sometimes made with accidents. You have dead bodies, or sometimes planes carry dead bodies, or
Wow.
sometimes you die in the plane. So they leave the souls there. And then when you're trying to fix the plane, it doesn't get moving because people don't realize the soul is still around there.
Present there, yes.
Yeah, present there. So those of you who are into this meditation, or if you're spiritually connected, you can get rid of these things.
Yes. You will not be
So,
affected by the negative aspect of that things.
exactly. Yeah. But many of them will never see that, or they're
Yes.
not aware of them.
And this is where the aura part comes, as Swamiji explained. If your aura is positive, if you have the protective shield around you of your aura, then you don't have to worry about negativity or people around you or the negative situation, because your aura is your armor. Your aura is your raincoat in that rainy season. So these are the things that you want to develop in your life, and that is where we are going uh, to learn how Samarpan came in their life and how it has helped. One thing that you mentioned about relationship with Sumathiji,
Hmm.
that you were married to aviation industry, and that was like in India we call Sautan. Uh, there was a beautiful song, सुबह और शाम काम ही काम, क्यों नहीं लेते पिया प्यार का नाम, प्यार से जिसको मिले न छुट्टी, ऐसे सजना से मेरी कट्टी कट्टी कट्टी. Many people, many women complain that my husband is so busy, or my boyfriend is so busy, my fiance is so busy that uh, he does not even give me enough time. He does not spend time. He does not bring me the gift and all that. So that is what your story. And the job or your passion of work become the sultan for them. So that is the story of Sumatiji. Tell me a little bit about Sumatiji as a person whom you met, and how you said that you came through a friend, and what made you go into that relationship and decide that no, I want to start my life.
Well, she had certain qualities in her. I mean, she was very disciplined.
Very
She's a
nice.
very bold person and never feared for anything. Yeah. So those qualities I liked, and also she comes from a decent family, and especially her mom was a wonderful lady.
Hmm.
And
So good values. Good values.
yeah, good values here. So
Yeah.
most of you were not aware that at one time she was stalked by a stalker
Uh-huh.
for 3, 4 years. So she went into hiding until the police were not at that time very supportive of all these
Uh-huh.
things. If you make a report, they say, "Oh no, no, you can't make a report. He's our informer."
Uh-huh.
So anyway, to make the story short, but finally got settled through some, some two gang leaders met and then got settled. But that is how she was very bold and very strict.
Courage.
But yeah, she had a lot of courage.
Yes.
I have something like, in Tamil they say asai bayam kovam poi. What it means, you should not practice this. What do you call likeness? Like, you like something, or you may have a car, a nice car, and then when you see another nice car passing by, you'll say, "Oh, I wish I had that car." Or you
Right.
might have a nice handbag, and then you see another lady carrying that handbag, you feel, "Oh, well, I'll be nice." So you should not develop that kind of likeness. So you should not develop that. That is one. Never fear for anything. If someone did wrong or anything, you should be able to challenge that. And the other thing is, try as far as possible not to tell lies.
Very
But
good.
sometimes we have to in life, because let's say you went to the doctor with your friend, and your friend is a patient, and then the doctor says, "Okay, I've examined him." Ask your friend to sit outside, and then he says, "Okay, he's now got sign of cancer," but don't tell him yet. So at that time, maybe you have to hide something. So you have to look at the situation. But there are cases where people borrow money and things like that, and they never return on time. So that's totally different. But
Yes.
and then anger. People get short tempered.
Yes.
So they say punishment. Sorry, anger is the punishment that you get for
To yourself.
someone else. So, and sometimes people get shot. I mean, like, while you're driving a car and someone came by the side and then they show a hand to you and all that. So you should not develop all these things. So if you can
Aggressive.
get rid of all this, so you'll do great. And somebody was one person who was following all these things.
Very beautiful. Very beautiful. I love these things. In fact, those who have studied or paid attention to Vedic teaching, these are the Vedic values that we follow for centuries in Sanatan Dharma or in our Hindu culture. This is very beautiful. The first thing you said was uh, being
Like that.
fearless and being making sure that you are uh, standing for the truth, and if there is injustice, you are fighting for it. That is dharma. In fact, that is the dharma, that anything that is wrong around you, you don't tolerate it. No injustice should be tolerated, because then you are adding up to the injustice by agreeing silently and not opposing it. So that was one beautiful characteristic. Then you are talking about honesty. Honesty is very, very important. My father always say honesty is the best policy. When you are honest, you don't have to worry about the world, what they say, what they will give me or not give me. You are very honest. You are doing the best of your life, and best from your side. It is bound to create the good results. It is bound to create the good results. And I, being a person who met Sumathiji personally while we were in Montreal, I can tell you, she was such a lovely, kind, and respectful person. That is what uh, made us to be good friend of this couple, Sumathiji and Chandraji. So I remember her that after leaving, we both left Canada at the same time after Swamiji came for the Pran Pratishtha in August 2009. And you guys moved to Malaysia, I moved to USA. I remember that after that, 4 years after, I met Sumathiji at the Goa ashram for the international retreat in 2013. And she saw me from far. She came running, Hitendra bhai, and she came. So that was the kind of person I saw in Sumathiji. I cannot believe, or I cannot remember that she is not alive anymore, because for me, her sweet memories, her loving attitude, and her kind heart is always there around us. What I see as a person in Sumathiji was, when you do good job, when you are living the good energies and vibrations around you, they become your identity. Like you were talking about your mentor. When you are leaving the good impression on the heart of others, your physical body may not be there, but your subtle body, your soul is always with that person. And that is what the kind of person Sumathiji is. Right now, I'm telling you, her soul is witnessing this interview, and her positive energy, her love is with us. That is how I feel when I talk about Sumathiji.
True. She saw, a butterfly in every lava.
Wow,
That is how she is. Yeah.
that is very, very true. That's
Yeah.
a contrast, but it is very powerful thing.
Yeah.
That is a contrast, but it is powerful thing, that
I've
sometimes
seen
in adversity also you can see the opportunity. Very beautiful. Let's go on the next part. Thank you for sharing all this with us.
Okay.
Yeah, so this part is done. Please tell us how Samarpan meditation started in Malaysia, and what role did your family play in it?
Okay, Samarpan, actually, when we met Swamiji in Montreal in 2009, before that, what happened was we were planning to return to Malaysia and we wanted to sell our house. And in the neighborhood, we didn't know there was a center. We have got Panarji and Rajendraji.
The
They were
top
running
line.
a center. Yes, so they came to look at our house and they said they'll return in the evening. And we thought they're going to buy the house. Then they said, no, we have a center here. And the Sumathi fell for it, and certainly we, welcomed that meditation, and we learned from them. And later years, we even had a shibir in our house before it was sold to a Samarpan member. Everything went so smooth after becoming a Samarpan member, and even our container that was moved from Montreal to Malaysia never had any damage or anything. Everything was perfect.
Amazing.
And it was so smooth. Yeah. So that is how Panna and Kumar Bhai, and including you, and also other folks were there, like Pratik, Praveen.
Mines and Nita Ben and everybody.
Yeah, all those people were there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
So
a family.
they all were wonderful.
Yes.
Yeah, even till today, if I go there, these people will welcome us, and it's become like a part of a family.
Yes.
So that's how we have developed it, and we left behind some good memories. And
Absolutely.
it's always, if those folks were to come here to Malaysia, they're always welcome. They have a known friend in an unknown place.
Right.
So,
And one thing that I want to tell everybody, that Sumathiji was very much looking for something like meditation. She had that personality. She had that thirst. Is that right, Chandraji?
yeah, that's true. Oh,
Yeah.
just to give you a little bit about Sumathi. Sumathi is a qualified pharmacist, and she qualified from the University of Science Malaysia. And I call her drug dealer, which is true. She deals with drugs. So anyway, but later years, she found that a lot of this Western medication doesn't do great,
Well,
because she has became a victim of Vioxx. I think you all know about Vioxx. Merck
I
Frost was sued for that.
I
Yeah.
didn't know
So
about.
I know, but Vioxx was the drug that got Merck Frost shut down almost because
Okay.
there was a class action suit from US. But
Right.
anyhow, she was always very interested in holistic medication,
Very good.
holistic medicine or Ayurveda and things like that. So in that sense, she believed that meditation could cure her, and she went very deep into it, into meditation. And she went to a very high level, and she believed so much into it. And she came to a stage where she refused to see any doctors or anything. For 10 years, when she was with me here in Malaysia, she refused to do a blood test in spite of having 3 heart attacks in Canada. Now,
Wow.
the heart attacks were due to, it's a genetic issue.
Mhm.
Although she used to tell me, I take care of myself, I eat my vegetarian, I control my food, but I'm getting heart attack. I think I'm going to become like the Canadians, have a double burger, start smoking, because those people are eating that and they don't seem to get a heart attack. So I said, no. I mean, it's all to do with your genes.
Very
So
well.
anyhow, so that is how she took the meditation and brought it into Malaysia. Actually, she was the person behind it. I just supported her with finance, and naturally, I wanted to support her because she was happy in that path. So
Yeah.
I just gave her everything, whatever I can.
Yeah. So is that
So,
the center that was developed by you
yes,
guys here in
this was the
Malaysia?
first center. We got it registered by the Register of Societies. And she had more programs because sometimes when I've gone overseas, she was having the oven
Wow.
ceremony. Yeah. And we at the peak, we have a lot of entertainments. We have, well, entertainments, all of value, like musical studies.
Recreational entertaining
Yeah,
program.
yoga
Instead
classes,
of
then we have language classes. And
right.
then we started off what we call youth enrichment program
Wow.
that we started, and we ran for a year until the COVID came in.
Uh-huh.
Later, so that got stopped here. And so we have a lot of programs, but the yoga is still going on. But now we have online meditation, and we have a wonderful group and team that works with us, with all my nieces, and also Dr. Yogesh, who is the president. She has
Yes.
been instrumental in developing our center, and naturally, we needed to go out and do more canvassing. But Swamiji always told us this: you don't have to have the numbers. If the call is there, someone will come. So you
Yes.
don't have to force people, right? So, and we have seen people coming like that.
Yes. So
So
Yogesh is at the bottom right. If you see, is that right?
yeah, that's right. That's a husband, Maha. That's
Uh-huh.
correct. And the daughter there,
Yeah.
Jeta. Yeah, that's
Beautiful.
Yogi.
We spent time
She's
together
the
while I
president.
was there, and
Oh
we
yeah,
met.
that's right.
Yeah, we met Yogesh in the international retreat also, so we came to know. And Maha and Yogesh, we spent time together with all of them. It was fun. Feel very lucky to know your sadhaks from Malaysia and all this beautiful collectivity. Sumathiji really worked hard to build up this strong base in Malaysia. You see, there is something that I want you to notice, Chandraji, that apart from your career and professional success and everything, life is taking new turn. There is something that was happening in your life, that you got married, you and Sumathiji started life in Canada, and you were living happily, everything was going well. On a health level, she faced some challenges, whether you call it genetic or whatever personal. But just before you were ready to leave Canada and you decided to move to Malaysia again, Samarpan meditation entered in your life when you were trying to sell the house through Rajendra Bhai and Pannaben. I tell you the story of Rajendra Bhai and Pannaben. The first workshop that they attended with me was a 8 days video shibir in a small apartment of Danish Gandhi and family. It was their first video shibir, and they were neighbors, so they came with Pannaben's father and they were attending it. They liked it, and they joined Samarpan meditation like that. Then they continued working with us and my Kumar Bhai and all of us, and it became our good collectivity in Montreal. They started their center where you met on the same street where you had your house, Rajendra Bhai and Panna Ben, and that center is still going on. Very dedicated couple, and they have put a lot of time and effort in serving Swamiji and Mangal Murti and Guru Shakti Dham. There is a lot of how you say Samarpit Seva by Rajendra Bhai and Panna Ben that everybody appreciate and thank them. And they become instrumental to connect you with Samarpan. I want you to notice that part, that sometimes life is steering us from one place to another. We are looking only at the career aspect or material aspect of life, but there is a spiritual aspect that we should be looking at. And before you leave the land of Canada, that spiritual aspect planted the seed, gave you the new direction. And Sumathiji, whose soul was to bring that light, that spark into your life, is she achieved, she connected, and a sadhak of Samarpan bought the house. Your things were resolved. You got opportunity to meet Swamiji and Guruma personally, as your photos with there with Guruma also. This is called blessing. This is called the divine timing, divine play, and destiny. This is the fate that God has planned for you through all this journey, moving from one place to another, moving from one country to another. That is why Swamiji says one thing. You have to understand, who am I? Where am I? With what soul am I? Meaning that our connection with a higher enlightened soul like Swamiji is something very unique, fated and destined in our life. If probably you were not there at that time in Canada, and Swamiji's journey or travel or Mangal Murti consecration event was not there, things will not happen. But as Swamiji again and again say, we are all connected for 800 years. And we are coming in this life, in this time, which is a very special, very unique, very important time in everyone's life. You have to accept this. You have to believe this and take right approach, right opportunity out of this connection with Gurudev, with Samarpan meditation through Himalayan Samarpan values. So this is what I see. You saw everything, but I see and I analyze the life this way. I want to encourage people to look from this eye. I want people to look from this angle, so that there are problems that happens in our life. There are success and failure that happens in our life. There are health issues that comes in our life, but they are just circumstantial. As Swamiji says that वो तो बहाना बन गया, लेकिन उससे तुम्हारा जीवन आगे चलने के लिए कारण बन गया. So don't just make your problem, your sickness, your success or failure be the focus of your life. Try to see the hidden meaning, try to see the hidden opportunity, try to see the God's way of giving the indication how He is coming in your life to enlighten you, to create this spark of awakening, self-realization in your life, and then appreciate and take that opportunity, use it wisely, and invest into it the way Sumathiji and Chandraji have invested. Such a beautiful development of Samarpan meditation, going from one little point, one little interaction in last probably 7-8 months that they were there after, because what time did you put the house for sale? In 2009, I believe?
Yeah, somewhere around in
June, July?
May,
Yeah.
May or June, and then
Yeah,
by
time, basically.
October it got sold.
Yeah. So those
What
6 months time, 6
Yeah.
months of time that created this integration, that connection. And then many people are waiting to see Swamiji or have darshan of Swamiji for years. And you got in that time the darshan of Swamiji. Sumatiji picked up that as if her soul was just waiting for that opportunity. And this is what I want people to see, that through the ups and downs or roller coaster of life, always see where God is coming closer to you and take advantage of it like Sumatiji has done. This is a very powerful story, very inspiring story. Thank you.
We had one very big challenge when we brought meditation into Malaysia. We didn't know Hindi, both of us.
Wow.
So that was a big challenge. But in spite of all that, we brought it in because there were books in English. So we brought it in. But Sumathiji is still not very satisfied because whenever Swamiji conducts the discourse, it's always in Hindi. And then people are smiling or laughing on some jokes that Swamiji makes, but we don't know what it was. So we're not enjoying the fun. So what he did, he went to study Hindi. You'll see later in the slides.
Yes.
Even till today, I've left it there. She's got all the words written, the verbs and everything in Hindi, and
Wow.
stick it to the door. And she was so determined that, she wanted to do that
Very
so that
good.
she can connect with Swamiji much closer.
Yes.
Such kind of
Dedication.
determination.
This is such an
dedication.
inspiration, dedication, and focus. I would say this is called focus. That when you got something and you stick to it, then it is going to work. Swamiji says that people get so disappointed by their failure. Sometimes we are making 2 steps further and falling down 4 steps again. Instead of that, stop making effort and stick to where you are. Being a pharmacist, Sumatiji could have done so many things for her health, but she picked up this opportunity of Samarpan meditation and stick with it. When you get the right opportunity, stick with it. Stabilize yourself, balance yourself, and then put the effort and move on. This is what happens. But look at the dedication of Sumatiji. As I was telling you, when we migrated from India to Canada and to USA, I always have that attitude of learning the language and culture of the people, integrate with their culture, their language, with love and respect and trust. When you put love, respect, and trust in the other culture, other people, other diverse environment, then automatically it is going to pay back to you. Look at the collectivity. There are sadhaks who have been practicing meditation for tens of years. They did not develop such great collectivity that Sumatiji and you were able to build up in Malaysia like this. This is Guru's grace flowing wherever there is a true Samarpan. This is this success story of Samarpan and Guru Krupa. Amazing.
That's true. We always had many shibirs and all the events we had. And Swamiji came in 2015, October of 2015, and inaugurated our center. And we had some outings with Swamiji. One of the outing was to see the fireflies.
Wow. हम इसको firefly को गुजराती में आज्ञा कहते हैं. आज्ञा is like the light that you see in the dark, and those are the flies. So this is the unique thing and amazing fireflies that you were able to see it in the night time, in the dark. Tell us a little bit more about this tour and this site. Is there any audio on that?
No, I don't think there's any audio. I don't think so.
Yes.
There is?
Here.
Yes. वो जुगनू देखने के लिए सफर था और खूब अंदर वो जंगल के अंदर हमको लेके गए और उसके बाद में उस जो आप कल्पना नहीं कर सकते जुगनू रहता है, जुगनू के भरोसे किसी का जीवन चल सकता है, उसकी रोजी रोटी चल सकती है, इसकी कल्पना कर सकते हो? वो व्यक्ति ने अपना समूचा जीवन सिर्फ जुगनू के स्टडी करने में लगाया और उसके हाथ में 2 टार्च थे दो टार्च लेके बैठा था, जैसे जंगल में लेके, उसको ना वो जुगनुओं के अड्डे मालूम थे, कौन से झाड़ के नीचे ज्यादा जुगनू है। वो झाड़ के नीचे जाके खड़ा होता तो वो टार्च जैसे बंद चालू बंद चालू बंद चालू करता था। तो जैसे फूलों की बरसात होती है ना, ऐसी जुगनुओं की बरसात हमारे नाव के ऊपर होती थी। सब दूर से जुगनू 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 आ रहे। और दूसरा, जब वो जुगनू नदी के पैरेलल चलते थे तो वो रिफ्लेक्शन आता था, तो ऊपर 100 जुगनू दिख रहे हैं, पानी के अंदर और 100 दिख रहे हैं, तो 200 दिखते थे। पूरा माने क्या बोलते हैं, जैसे सितारे जमीन पे उतर आए हो ना, ऐसा फील होता था। ऐसे 2 घंटे का सफर, खूब सुंदर सफर रहा, खूब अच्छा सफर रहा।
So this was the narration by Swamiji of this tour, by the way, Chandraji, and I'm going to translate that for our audience. This is a very unique experience shared by Swamiji when he was in Malaysia in 2015 for the first time, visiting Kuala Selangor for the fireflies. We call in Hindi Jugnu. Fireflies are called Jugnu, and there is a beautiful Hindi Bollywood movie also, Jugnu. Swamiji says, can you believe a firefly could be the source of income, could be the supplement for the life of someone? This is what happened when we were traveling in Malaysia. Swamiji says, there was a special ride in boat that take place only in the dark night time. It has to be night, it has to be dark, it has to be when there is silence. So this boatman, he was holding 2 torches with him, and he will flash it on and off in order to let the fireflies know that we are here. Otherwise, they will not know that somebody is here. And when the light comes, the fireflies get attracted and come closer to it. When this happens, then he turn off the flashlight and allow us to observe. It is like a fireworks show, you know. Thousands of fireflies come around us, above us, and because we are in the boat, in the water, you see 1,000 in the air and you see 1,000 in the water. So there is a reflection of those fireflies. And Swamiji says that you feel like those stars from the sky have landed on the earth. And this is where the love story of Swamiji and Guruma is realized. Many times people say, I love you so much. For you, I will bring stars from the sky on the earth. Swamiji has brought these stars from the sky on the earth, not once, but twice, one in the air, one on the water. And such beautiful memory was possible for Swamiji and Guruma when they went to Kuala Selangor in this Fireflies tour. And thanks to Sumathiji and Chandraji for making that memorable event happen for Swamiji and Guruma. And I want to thank specially to our Sadhika from TIS team, Rasika ji, for creating such a beautiful image to make you understand this is not the real picture taken by anybody, but this is something that she created with the help of what was available online and what she has in her collection of Swamiji and Guruma's photos. So very beautiful, very beautiful. Chandraji, how did you like it?
Yeah, it's looking amazing, because I myself was wondering where was this taken, because I was with them at the time.
Yes, yes. This is Swamiji's blessing, and this is the power of This is Samarpan team, that we want to put every image from the story in your heart, in your mind, so clear that you will never forget. And that is how we build a soulful relationship, Atmiyata, with you. Now, there is a car next to it. What is the story of this car? It says JBS.
I know.
Jai Baba Swami.
You know, we always say when we meet another sadhaka, when we write mails, we always use the word Jai Baba Swami, JBS. So this
Right.
was very crucial. I mean, this place was there are a lot of new buildings, and our center was there. And this car looks like a stolen car. It was parked it is from a different state. That state is about close to Singapore. It's called Johor, where the license plate tells that. So this was parked in front of our centers, and we're wondering who did this. And then it was there for about 3-4 months. And then after that, it disappeared. But it was trying to tell us, some form of energy came in to tell us JBS.
Wow.
Baba
And
Swami.
near the center itself, not
No,
anywhere
right
else.
opposite our center. Opposite our
Exactly.
center, yeah, there was a car park, and it was parked there for many months. I don't know, but the car disappeared.
Yeah.
You know,
What
looks
a
like a
beautiful
scrap car, but
coincidence.
say
What a
again?
beautiful coincidence.
I know it is a real, but it's unbelievable, right? I mean, what are the odds of seeing a car with the license plate JBS being parked in front of? If it's parked somewhere else, I can understand.
Yes.
But in front of our building, so probably the stars must have aligned to bring this car.
I love it.
So some
And
form
one
of
more,
energy must have brought it
yeah,
here.
amazing, amazing. And this
But
is again, we can call it as indication or energy or whatever, but this brings some sort of vibrations in the environment where Swamiji is. And I want to share one anubhuti of Kalpana, that we visited the center with Chandraji and Guru Sevakji, as you have seen the photo earlier. Before, it is on the upper floor, like we have in Kumarbhai's office had the center on the top, and downstairs he had the office. The same way in Malaysia also, they have the center above, and downstairs there is a stores and boutiques and stuff like that, industrial area. As soon as Guru Sevak Ji opened the door, unlocked the gate, and we entered, we stepped inside, Kalpana ji started listening the dhun of Swamiji. There is no audio, there is no video playing above, but she started hearing the voice of Swamiji's dhun that was being played. You see the bottom right picture of the center, where Chandraji there, Kalpana ji there, myself and Guru Sevak ji. What is this? I want people to understand this. What is this? As we have heard, anything and everything is energy. Whatever we are thinking, whatever we are speaking, whatever we are doing, we are living the vibration of that energy on the earth. Okay, this is very powerful thing. When we have a center that is playing Gurudev's music, dhun or song or bhajan or meditation mantra, it creates that positive energy in the center, in the nearby environment. And when a sadhak or sadhika is pure enough and is totally connected with Samarpan Bhav to Gurudev's energy, that soul to soul connection connects the frequency of the Swamiji's dhun vibration, music vibration, mantra vibration, with that sadhak soul's vibration of Samarpan Bhav. And it brings the frequency to that level, and you can hear it. These are the inner senses. This is the effect of sixth sense, enlightened person's perception, what we call pratiti in Sanskrit. That is what happens. And this is beautiful anubhuti giving us the proof that Malaysian center has beautiful vibrations. Malaysian center has beautiful energy. And we were able to do the puja of the Guru Shakti Dham once we went there. So we want to thank you, Chandraji, for
no problem. You're always very welcome.
For giving us opportunity to be there in such a busy life, and at the same time giving us opportunity for puja and connecting with Guru energies. That was the beautiful thing, and that shows how much love, how much purity, and how much dedication you, Sumathiji, Lakshman, and the sadhaks of Malaysia have for Gurudev. That is the power of this center. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
So what is next? Do we have any question, or we can take break now? think this is the summary. We have covered up most of the things.
Yeah.
We will take break.
Yeah.
Chandraji.
Yeah. Okay. No problem.
Jai Baba Swami, Jai Atmeshwar. Amazing session. A lot to learn from Chandraji. So we'll take a small break, and in this break, we will actually talk about, just like this session, we have many other sessions where we do a different type of activities. So let's look at it, what events we have coming up, next. So we have a group, which is a devotional group, and that is like a virtual bhajan mandali. So I would like to invite Rasika ji to talk a little more about virtual bhajan mandali and how people can participate in this.
Jai Baba Swami, Jai Atmeshwar. Thank you, Pranav. What a lovely, passionate journey we are going through right now. But with that passion, we can also create or have the passion towards bhajan to connect with our Guru and surrender our bhav at his lotus feet. When bhajans are sung in collectivity, it also helps to connect with Paramatma or Guru and creates soulful bonding with other souls. We always enjoyed or have been enjoying the Chaitanya when Ram Kaka sings bhajans in our Samarpan programs and fall into the deep state of emotions, and it gives real feel of completeness in the program. With that thought, Samarpan Americas have come up with the thought of starting a virtual bhajan mandali where everyone is welcome to sing bhajans or spiritual songs close to their heart. There is different joy of singing together and getting to learn the bhajans as well. So you can also join just to enjoy the Chaitanya by attending it. This bhajan mandali will also help us get ready to perform various bhajans in front of Swamiji when he visits the Americas, thus becoming the pure medium to show our gratitude towards Swamiji, Swamiji's lotus feet. We are coming together every third Sunday of the month at 9 a.m. EST through Zoom, and we enjoy the musical journey through singing or listening the bhajans. Also, if you want to attend this or get more information and get updates regularly, please join the WhatsApp group. The link would be shared in the chat box. And I hope to see you in more collectivity every third Sunday. Jai Baba Swami, I call upon Pranav Bhai to take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Rasika ji. Yeah, this is a wonderful opportunity for people to engage, in devotional services through bhajans and any other, devotional songs. So this is about Bhajan Mandli. We have some other events also that is coming up. So let's look at what is our next interesting event. So we have a soul bonding session. This is where we, hear a lot of experiences from different sadhaks. And this is a wonderful session. We actually a lot of souls bonds with each other. It kind of boosts our faith and, things like that. So I would like to invite Palka ji to give a little more details about soul bonding session and what people should do to join this.
Jai Baba Swami. What a lovely session. I was waiting to see Chandraji because I have met him personally when I went to Canada. We went with a group of a lot of youngsters in a van, and he took us to that place where he works and he showed us all the plane and everything. It yet remains in my mind, all that. And then finally, one day in a surprise, he came to our Jersey City Senti, which I will never forget. Never forget. Yeah. Thank you, Chandraji, for such a lovely session and sharing all your experiences. As you know, this Samarpan meditation is a platform for, it's based only on experiences. So we have this, Americas have started this soul bonding session, which takes place every 2 months, sometimes 3 months. And it's all, we take up a topic and we get experiences from all sadhaks from about that topic, and people get to know. When they share, usually their heart chakra opens, and it makes us cry when who are listening to the participants. It's a very nice platform. And next week on 27th, no, after 15 days, 27th of May at 10:30, we're having a session. It is based on Anustan. So don't miss it, because we have a lot of sadhaks who attended the 45 days and they have lots and lots of experiences that they had over there. We would love to listen and connect with the Anustan experiences. So just mark your calendar. And this session helps us also to it's like a type of guru karya where you are showing you are sharing your experiences which other people are also having, but they are not able to express it, and they are new to Samarpan, so it helps them to in their path also. So please do come and attend the program. Jai Baba Swami. Thank you, Pranavji.
Thank you, Palkaji. Yes, very true. Soul bonding session is very amazing opportunity for people to open up, share their experience. It's like a family, right? You're just sharing what you feel, what's your devotion, what's your faith, what are your experiences with the family. Very nice. So with this, let's take a look at if you have anything else coming up. Very nice. So this is Samarpan. Like this session that we are watching right now happens every month. Now, next month, we're going to see a guardian angel, Mahesh Bhai Patel, who you would always see around physical body of Swamiji and making sure on various things are running smooth. As this picture reminds me, you might have seen him very recently at a Purnima Darshan Shibir. Mahesh Bhai has done bachelor in chemical engineering and grew exponentially in career and later founded his own company. Mahesh Bhai credits her wife Nainaji for all his spiritual journey and bringing him on this path of Samarpan meditation. With his busy life in a business, Mahesh Bhai is also very heavily involved in various Guru Karya activities. Mahesh Bhai is a very successful executor, and that can be seen very easily from many Guru Karya activities he has successfully executed and currently also executing. Mahesh Bhai beautifully led record-breaking construction of Nij Dham and currently coordinating construction of 4 Guru Shakti Dhams at Mahudi, Goa, Bangalore, and Nagpur. Mahesh Bhai is also a trustee of Mahudi and Dandi Ashram as well as Yog Prabha Bharati Sansthan. He is also a director of Shiv Kripanand Foundation. So let's learn from Mahesh Bhai next month that how practicing spirituality can automatically uplift you in various other aspects of your life. The next session is coming up in month of June at Saturday, June 10, 2023, 7 p.m. India time, 9:30 a.m. Eastern New York time. Jai Baba Swami, Jai Atmeshwar. With this, we are done with all the events that we have coming up in the near future. I would like to call Hitendraji back to resume the interview with our guest Chandraji. Jai Baba Swami.
Thank you very much, Rasika ji, Palka Ben, and Pranav Bhai for beautiful upcoming events. And I want our audience to notice this, that many times Swamiji says, in order to continue spreading the values or sanskara of Himalayan gurus, we have to first practice regularly on an individual basis meditation and collective basis also group meditation. In our life, we go and start interacting with the people. Unfortunately, there are more arguments or conflicts that arise and less friendly relationship that develops. However, those few friendly, loving, kind relationship keep strengthening us and allow us to move forward in the direction of our dreams. If you are traveling on a spiritual journey, Samarpan family is a global family. By the grace of Gurudev, we are developing this family simply by spreading free meditation classes all over the world. And that is what we are hearing and learning from Chandraji and Sumatiji's story here. In America, we are developing different programs. As we have seen, Bhajan Mandali, it allows you to open up your Vishuddhi chakra. As you have heard from Palkaben, the soul bonding session, to connect and bond your souls by sharing some beautiful experiences or anubhutis that you have in your life by practicing Samarpan meditation. And this is Samarpan, which is the next level, where you are sharing your entire story of life and inspiring others. But please do attend these programs. We keep on sharing this in our international group and local groups. I encourage you to take advantage of our programs and strengthen your soul in a way that you can enlighten yourself and you can enjoy the benefits of good happiness and health in your life. That is what Samarpan can do. And you will find so many loving and kind people who are willing to live peacefully and in harmony with people around them. So this is a beautiful family. Keep taking advantage of it. And I encourage our volunteers to make sure that any link that is shared in the Zoom chat box is also shared on the YouTube channel, so that people who are watching the YouTube channel and this program can also take advantage of it. Jai Baba Swami. We will go back into our interview mode, the conversation with Chandraji. Welcome back, Chandraji.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So you see, Palkaben was so happy and excited to see you.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't believe, but I did go to New Jersey. That I remember. But I
Yeah.
can't remember all the good things I've done. Like,
See,
the hot topic in Montreal was always visiting the flight simulators.
right,
Always
right.
make sure that, get clearance for most of them, because that's a very rare thing that, I make them fly the plane and crash the plane and then they walk out clean. Because
Yes.
that's a
Can you
simulator.
put the Palkaben in spotlight? I would appreciate volunteers. Palkaben, you want to say something to Chandraji directly?
Yes. I was about to type down. I said, let me chat now. So it was very exciting when we went there. Children are yet remembering that plane. And I remember Chandraji telling us that we made plane for Ambani family. And they were all golden cups and all over there. I remember that so well.
Yeah.
He
They
has
delivered
worked
in
for that.
2003.
Yeah.
That's right.
And whenever we pass from there, whenever we go to Montreal, we remember you.
Oh, thank
Whenever we
you.
go to Montreal, yeah. And Jersey City Center, when you came and you put $100 at Swamiji's feet, it was the first time that we got such a big donation. We were so happy.
Oh.
I bought a boombox for my center then to listen to the CDs.
I know, but that's one thing I learned also in this travel. Whatever you earn, you must always never keep it. You always got to
I
keep giving
know.
it out.
Yes.
It keeps coming
Jersey
in.
City was just beginning that time. So like people were just starting to gather when you came. And yes, it was a memorable time that we had with you.
Well, thank you so much. And wonderful to listen all the nice side of the story. I never kept all this in my mind. I can't even think,
Usually
because
we forget now. After joining Samarpan, we cannot remember past so much, but some important memories, they are stuck there. It doesn't go away. The good memories.
But
thank
I
you so
want
much.
to thank
If you come to
I want-
Malaysia, you're very welcome.
Yes, we are going to plan to come to Malaysia too.
Okay, no problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Palkaben. I want to thank Swamiji for creating such a lovely, beautiful, global family for us. As Swamiji also mentioned in his discourse, I have made such a beautiful global family for you. Wherever you will go, you will be welcome and you will be loved. You can see this through This is Samarpan program. You can see this in the pictures, photos, and interaction between the sadhaks. that how this is happening by the grace of Gurudev. So I want to thank Swamiji and Guruma for their blessing to all of us. And may this family keep growing every day with loving, peaceful, harmonious relationship that is always uplifting on a spiritual and overall progress for every soul who is joining this family. So Chandraji,
Yeah. Okay.
after listening this story, people or our audience is more curious to know about Sumatiji's spiritual journey. Please tell us a little bit about spiritual state of Sumatiji and uh, how she found the eternal peace.
No, she found, as I said, she was fully dedicated, fully involved, and also, she coaxed a lot of other people who are in difficulties or anything to come and, do the prayers, to attend the shibirs. And she made it so accommodating that
Yes.
even she needs to provide food, because this is, oh, they are coming back after work, they won't have time. And then she provides food also. So all
Wow.
these things for the shibir, she did all that. And but she went very deep. She went to a very high level. That I know for sure, because a couple of incidents happened. Our auntie came down from India, and she was
Mhm.
meditating. Sumathi, after the meditation was over, she said, I recall there was a person dressed up in white was walking up the staircase. And then the auntie said, well, that is my guru who was coming up. So she's able to look at that. Then I
Wow.
had my Italian friend, a lady friend, and also my friend's daughter from Bangalore. They were here, and somebody said she wants to teach them meditation. And I thought, well, and she wanted 3 hours. I said, oh, it's going to be boring for them. But actually, I was wrong. When I went to see them, I took some, some drinks for them. And I went there, they were attentively listening to her. She made it
Wow.
so interesting for them. And then, anyway, so I left the refreshments and I came off. And little later, they were, back home. Then Sumathi, while driving the car, she was saying that while I was meditating, I see a figure, a dark person, bald, wearing glasses. And the Italian lady said, yes, that's my boyfriend, but I'm not interested in him because of different race. So anyway, but she was able to, connect to that
Yeah.
level. So that
Yeah. No.
was scary for me, because she has already gone to some level that she can go. And then
Next.
also, to be very honest, even her parting out from us, she actually knew all this.
Wow.
And she returned a lot of utensils or things that she borrowed. Even she returned some money that she borrowed from me. That's what I could not accept. She said,
Wow.
I owe you some money here. I said, why? Why all of a sudden? No, whatever I owe you, I better return it. She's actually taken some money to help some of our Samarpan members.
Hmm.
Yeah, but anyway, to make the story short, the Samarpan members never gave. She took it from her own pocket and settled it. So
Wow.
she knew a lot of things herself.
This is called liberating yourself from the karmic entanglement. She was on her path of liberation. She found Samarpan meditation as the instrument or the channel, the path for her liberation. As an evolved soul, she was able to see and realize so many things that an ordinary person with ordinary senses will not see or hear or understand. That is what I collect. And that is what we have to respect in that person. As I was telling you, uh, anything and everything is energy and vibration. We have to understand that. When that Italian lady was sitting in that session with her, knowingly or unknowingly, as Swamiji says, in the meditative state, automatically whatever is inside will start flowing in your thoughts. So many people get scared that I am getting too many thoughts, too many thoughts. It is not thoughts coming in, it is your negative thoughts or energy inside are going out. So most people misinterpret that. When those thoughts are going out, it creates the hologram, it creates the image, it creates the um, identifiable aura of the thought. of the person that you have. That is what she realized, Sumatiji has realized. And that is a next level of spirituality. As Swamiji says, Samarpan is not the path of having the Siddhi, but Siddhi is like a spiritual attainment. You automatically develop as you go from one dimension to next dimension of the spirituality. Most of us are living on the third and fourth dimension. But once you are in the fifth dimension and above, things that separates us in the world of duality, good and bad, right and wrong, black and white, does not exist there. It is only unity consciousness. It is only one energy, one consciousness. That is why we want to progress to the spiritual level in this way. Sumatiji has already received that. And she, as Swamiji says, this is your last birth. I am here to give you liberation, salvation, moksha, nirvana in this lifetime. She got it. Now look at the journey that we are talking about. Going to Canada, picking up the seed of spirituality, having the darshan of Guru, bringing the gift of Samarpan meditation to Malaysia, spreading it, and not just liberating self, but people around you. She borrowed the money from you to help somebody in the Samarpan family and to prevent that person into the karmic entanglement with you. She paid out that money to you by liberating herself and liberating that person from the karmic entanglement. Looking from that perspective is very rare for an ordinary person. Very few people see it that way. We have to see this subtle, esoteric, unseen by going into that fifth dimension and above spirituality. Very few people understand this and they get into argument, and sometimes people judge you. You started calling yourself or believing yourself as Guru or Swami. No, this is not somebody is trying to imply their identity or status on you. This is something that is natural, as if you are breathing air in and breathing out. The same way it happens once you are in the spiritual field. So I bow down and respect Sumatiji's spiritual status. Please share more about it.
Yeah, so as you can see, the slides here, it's early childhood, where she had 5 siblings. There were 2 elder sisters. I mean, she had an older sister and she had 3 younger brothers. And it's really a mom and dad. And as you can see, she was, again?
Beautiful family.
Yeah, beautiful family. And then on the right side, you see with the classmates. This was about 8 months before she passed away. She had a gathering with the classmates, a reunion, and she was sort of the head who was organizing it with the team. So she was always a leader in most of these kind of events. And I ended up becoming the photographer, as usual, myself and Lakshman, so that we can qualify for the free dinner. So anyhow, these pictures were taken by me. But as I said, as you can see in the lower left, when she graduated as a pharmacist. But, being a pharmacist, she was never interested in that. She was more into spirituality and holistic treatment. And she always will tell me, if ever you fall sick, there is a treatment for you somewhere, but you have to go and look for it.
Yes.
It is somewhere it is available.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I tell you one thing. I studied BSc microbiology with my Bachelor of Science from Bombay University. I never practiced microbiology because when I got married and moved to Canada, I pursued what I used to love: accounting, numbers, management. And that is how it is. I have paid more attention on my inner voice, inner interest, and spirituality more than anything else in my career or money or status in the society or anything. But that is how I connect with Sumathiji also, that she followed what she loved.
Exactly. True. And gardening is one of the big thing. When we lived in Canada, we had about 80 flowering plants. As you can see the flowers there.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah, our house was sold because of the garden. Actually, literally, the family came one morning to go to the back to look because we had posted all the garden, all the flowers. And they thought it was, some gimmick or anything. So they physically came to look at it. And I opened the doors for them and said, go and have a look. And they were very impressed. And then we saw the house. Oh, yeah.
So
But
that her hobby of gardening. Her hobby of gardening.
The mother-in-law and both they did green thumbs.
Yes.
But later years, when she was, a few weeks before she passed away, she always was telling me, she was growing a lot of plants because she says we finally merge with the environment.
Yes. Very, very.
Now we all merge. But anyway,
that's a beautiful story. The Lakshman, this is the young Lakshman when he was born.
That's right. Yeah, the Lakshman mother-in-law. And then right on top, both of them are flying the flight simulator. That was the hot tour the madam was talking. I took them to fly the plane.
Wow.
Yeah,
and where was this? Where was this?
At the Cordeliers at the CAE complex.
Oh, okay. Cordeliers.
Yeah, that's what the training center was for Bombardier.
Oh, okay. Yeah, CAE, Bombardier, Spar, these are the key industry in Montreal.
True.
Interesting. Very beautiful.
Yeah, what you're seeing on the left top picture with all the group there was the first birthday for Lakshman. So we had a big group of friends, and anyway, we have to.
Was it at a temple?
It's so hard, to leave. Say again?
Is it a temple or something?
Yes, the Hindu Mandir in DDO.
Oh yes, okay, yes, near the first floor and before
exactly.
you.
Yeah, 2005. We were not, not aware of Samarpan at the time. But as I said, we always had spiritual connection.
Yes.
We always, was involved at all these events.
You would be surprised. This is the first birthday of Lakshman being celebrated at Hindu temple in DDO, Montreal West in Canada. This is the same temple. In the basement, they have dining area where Swamiji conducted his first live 8 days workshop.
Oh my God. Oh, okay.
Can you believe that? This is the place where Swamiji conducted the first 8-day Shibir in Montreal, Canada. What a coincidence. What a coincidence.
What year was that? I just want to know.
Swamiji came in 2001. So 4 years before this.
Okay.
2001, August 22nd, Swamiji landed in Montreal for the first time. It was Ganesh Chaturthi, the day of Lord Ganesha. And my younger son, Raj's birthday also. On that day, auspicious day, Swamiji came to our house. And then we started the first Shibir immediately within 2 days. On 24th, we started the Shibir. And it lasted for 8 days. And next Shibir was at the Ramji Temple, Ramji Madara Temple in Montreal, more Montreal East. So this is memorable event, memorable picture. And what a coincidence, I would say.
Okay. I never knew about that. That's interesting.
Yes. This is how Swamiji really connect us and make us learn a lot of things.
But to be very honest, Sumathi was a hyper woman.
Yes.
Yeah. She's always got energy, the amount of things she did in Montreal. I'll tell you, I don't have a list to write down. She was even one time selling organic vegetables to all our neighbors.
Interesting.
Yeah. She wanted, there was one guy who was selling it at a higher price. Then he said, why should we buy from him? Why not? I'll collect all the orders and I'll go pick it up from the wholesaler. So she was doing that. Yeah. And one day I was at work and my friend said, looks like you got a second kid. I said, no, I don't have a second kid. No, I saw your wife was pushing a stroller. It was during the winter. Then I didn't make a big fuss about it. Maybe I knew it might be something. In the evening, I asked her, I understand that you were rolling a stroller in the morning. He said, yeah, my neighbor wanted me to look after the kid. I have to send Lakshman to the daycare, and therefore she was pushing the stroller. But a third party who looks at it, what will you think? You'll think it's another, right? Yeah, so that's how I got the message.
Interesting,
People
interesting.
trusted
Because
her. And when she
certainly,
left, true.
go ahead, go
No,
ahead, go.
when she left the neighborhood, they all felt that angel has left there.
Yes,
Seriously.
yeah.
But
She was
anyhow,
such a pure heart, such a loving heart, and she made her presence known to others by contributing and by sharing, not by taking away from something. Most of the people are taker, they are less of a giver, but soul like this in Samarpan family are the giver, and they share with open heart, open mind, and that is the beauty of life. I feel that wherever Sumatiji was there was positive, there was something memorable that was happening, and there was something that was connecting others with Sumatiji. So I remember those good days and good time spending with her also.
yeah,
Let's go on the
true.
next. Thank you for
So,
sharing that. And I believe that you created a beautiful booklet or something like that in her memory.
yes, actually, yes, for when she passed away, I created this book for her. Nice memento for for a
Wow.
1 year anniversary. I just created this for her
Yes.
with a nice, the picture
Yeah.
of the family.
If you can bring it little bit close to your chest, we can see. Close to your
Okay,
chest. Yeah. Okay.
okay.
Now it is coming in the image. Yes. Thank you. That's
This is
beautiful.
in happier times.
Yeah.
So it was about her involvement with meditation, organizing trips to Singapore, and all that stuff.
Yes.
She's very what do you call vibrant. Put it that way. She's
Yes.
always doing something for Samarpan, like Guru Karya, you call it. But
This
I
is
always supported her, whatever she wanted. Whatever I can do, I just supported her in that. And I always told her, you're a 3 times heart patient. You better slow down. She never listens. Take the
this is
car.
good.
I
This
know
is
she'll
good.
drive somewhere, pick up Sadika or Sadak, bring to the center, give her training, and then send them back.
Yeah. See,
Yeah, she did that.
this is something that is inspiring. Uh, it also shows your love for Sumathiji. Very few husbands will show this kind of gratitude. We call it Shraddhanjali, or very few people express their love. It does not mean that people does not have love for their spouse. Very few spouses express their love to the level that you have expressed. Even after being so busy in your professional life with all these other things that you are doing on the side, you always enjoyed your personal time with family, Sumatiji, Lakshman, and I have known you and I have seen you very closely bonded with your both side of families, Sumatiji's side and your father, your side of the family. This inspires me and many others that how life should be lived and enjoyed. See, in order to have the complete essence of your life, don't just work, 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 don't just go behind the name or fame or money. You have to build good relationship to feel the completeness of life. Because I have read and I have noticed, in fact, Harvard has made a longest ever study on the health and longevity of life, and in it they have found that those who build the healthy relationship, loving relationship, respectful relationship with the people around them, they are the longest living people, not the one who is making big money, not the one who is having big name. We have seen and witnessed so many Bollywood and Hollywood stars becoming great in our life and disappearing before even they reach to the pinnacle. The point is, living the life to the fullest requires little bit of everything, good and bad, right and wrong, uh, light and shadow. But it is the journey. It is not what you get from the life. It is what you make out of whatever you get out of life. That is what makes you happy. What do you say about that, Chandraji?
No, I agree with you because, in a, what do you call, in a married life, today we look back, in Malaysia, we have in 2013, close to 53,000 divorce cases. That
Wow.
equates to about every 10 minutes, there's a divorce.
Wow.
This is statistics. You can go, whoever's watching, you can go and look in the Google.
And
It's
it is
happening.
not a huge country. It is not big population.
Yeah, the only population of 35 million. So
Yeah.
when you look at such situation, what does it tells you? It talks about, when you get married, I think Swamiji in one of the write-ups I read, the two parties, they should not become, like one party should not be dependent on the others. Both of them have to work together as a
Very
goal.
true.
Yeah.
Very true.
Marriage is all about, not about one person depending on the other and tagging along. Both parties have to work together in everything they do. And that will, develop a better relationship. And so in most cases, we both worked. Sometimes, we have some differences, but we tend to amicably sort it out.
Yes.
Otherwise, because I tend to buy a lot of these Lego toys for Lakshman, and so that's why I get into trouble. But anyhow, it's all little things. But besides that, I think, she was quite a strict person.
Yes.
Doesn't matter with me or with Lakshman. I was kind of a very passive. But those are the qualities she had. I mean, she was, always challenging anyone, even her own neighbors that she had in Canada. A couple of ladies had miscarriages. She was very upset. We called them, counseled them, and treated them. And then later on, when we returned to Malaysia, both the couples had kids.
Wow. Very beautiful.
So,
Very beautiful.
because she being a pharmacist, she understood a lot of things.
Science behind it and everything.
Yeah.
And this is what I meant, that she would make her presence known to the people around her. This is the quality that I have seen and I have witnessed while knowing her in such a short period of time that we met and we worked together. This is beautiful personality. This is amazing and inspiring qualities of a person that I love about Sumathiji. And you said it so right, that husband and wife should try to understand each other. I say that it is a complementary thing. It is not something to compete with each other. We are so bound to compare and compete with each other that we want to prove always ourselves right. And we get offended by little things, that why she said this, why he did this, all those kind of things. But as a husband and wife, you have taken the vow to grow together, to evolve together, and to progress on a spiritual path. Especially in Hindu tradition, we have the dharma, artha, kama, and moksha, char fere shadi ke hote hain. So in those four circles that you take around the fire as a witness, the fourth one is always led by female or wife. Okay, meaning that the wife has to be liberated first. That is what happened in Sumathiji and Chandraji's life. She should be liberated first. However, to start the journey of spirituality or liberation, man is the one who started that. In the story of Shiva and Shakti, Shiva went and did the tapasya and brought the fruit of the yoga and meditation and tapasya, penance, to Parvati or Shakti. In Swamiji's life, the same thing. Swamiji went to Himalayas, learned everything, came back, and Guruma was the first disciple, whom he imparted his knowledge, his taught his meditation and Himalayan Samarpan values. Same in the husband and wife relationship, we should be inspired and follow our Vedic teaching or our principles of Dampatya Jivan, married life, that when it comes to learning and maturing, husband has to take initiative, develop, and the fruit has to be always shared with the family, starting with wife and children. So that is the culture, that is the Sanatan Dharma values or Vedic teaching that we have inherited from our ancestors. And it is such a powerful thing that has been distributed with the uh, four ashrama or four phases of life: Brahmacharya ashram, age of 1 to 25, then Dampatya Jivan, Gruhastha ashram, which is 26 to 50, then Vanaprastha ashram, which is 50 to 75, and then Sannyas ashram, which is 76 to 100. If you are 100 years living life, now you can divide it into 20 year period because people are living average 80 or less. So the point is this: are we competing? Are we complaining? Are we getting offended or criticizing each other as spouses? Or we are cooperating with each other? Or we are complementing with each other? Learn to appreciate the qualities that you don't have, but your spouse has. Learn to take advantage of the good and bad that we both have and work together. What I have, my wife don't have. My wife has, I don't have. To be honest, she is like Kalpana is like Annapurna. She is the best cook. She has such a loving motherly heart that living with her and my mother, I have a mother's heart now that I developed today with so much love and care and compassion. And by the grace of Swamiji, we were very opposite when we met at the first time. She was not even willing to accept Swamiji in our house as a guest, and she was ready to divorce me simply because I did not ask her while inviting Swamiji to Canada for the first time. But Swamiji says that surrender each other to me. Swamiji says, stop trying to change your wife and ask her, stop trying to change your husband. Surrender each other to me and just simply meditate. What happened? A day came when I don't see her as my rival or as my spouse or as opposite sex person or second person. I see her as myself. I see as my guru. I see her as Swamiji's soul. That's why we call Jai Baba Swami. I see Swami in her soul. This is the value. When you start seeing it, the divine masculine, divine feminine energy of both will start merging and make a YouTube. It will make a YouTube, and anything that comes from one side will flow on the other side. Anything that you don't have will come into you. Anything that you have will go into your spouse's life. And those good and bad qualities will merge to such an extent that you start seeing the fault of yourself first and not your spouse's fault. And then you accept, you complement, you create this synergy out of it, and you grow together. A day will come that you both will feel complete. That is what Ardhanareshwar, or half divine masculine, half divine feminine, half of the rational mind and half of the emotional mind, they both grow. And once you reach to that, then you are going from Agya Chakra and duality to Sahasrara Chakra, unity. That is what I am saying. That you want to grow to such a level that you don't see the differences, you see only one consciousness. And on a conscious level, it is only unity. On a rational, intellectual level, mental information level, it is duality. But everything is existing inside you. You don't need to depend on your spouse, the most important thing. You need to complement each other. Dependence create the handicap of your mind, but complementing create the synergy, and complementing create the strength in the person himself or herself to such an extent that you feel complete. That is what Swamiji says. Swamiji came in this world not to make you dependent on a god or guru or Swami or master. He says, I am here to teach you meditation. You progress on your own at your pace by trusting your guru, because without guru you cannot have enlightenment. And that is what I tell everybody. Now my wife also tells everybody, one need to have a living guru like Baba Swami. That can change your life. I am trying to show you from the story of Sumathiji and Chandraji, this is changing their life. This has changed their life. This has made them feel liberated and enjoying the life to the fullest. That is what Samarpan meditation is all about. Okay, so very beautiful, very inspiring, and very interesting story of Chandraji and Sumathiji, where she was independent, she was courageous, she was powerful, and she liberated herself after 3 heart attacks, after being a pharmacist and knowing the entire medical science that helps her to be cured or that helps others to conceive the babies in the complicated situations also. I feel knowing material world's information, knowing scientific information, and still being spiritual is what makes person unique. That is what makes person feel enlightened. And that is what is all about meditation, spiritual progress, or liberation.
Okay.
Let's watch this video. What a beautiful story, what a beautiful video. And this is our gratitude to Sumathiji.
Thank you.
Based on some of the photos and information that you shared with us from the booklet that you printed and from her Facebook, that we were able to connect and collect. Very beautiful memory, Chandraji. I really loved it.
Yeah. You know,
Thank
if you look at this picture here is very important, because the gentleman who's sitting squatting in the middle, she is the boyfriend of the lady which is standing beside Lakshman. There's a lady in the gown, long gown. They have come from England, but that gentleman is dumb and deaf.
Wow.
So, I mean, it's very unique love affair. Even then, you know, they were able to come and spend time with us.
Very beautiful.
It's quite interesting.
Very beautiful.
So, we welcomed lots of people.
Yes, and that also shows that every soul has some unique connection with the divine. And if is this at your home?
Yes, it's our home. Yeah, it is early days, you see. It's 2012. Yeah.
Yes, amazing photos. Very lovely, very beautiful couple, by the way. They look so cute. And look at Lakshman. His eyes are like want to tell you something.
Popping out, I guess.
Yeah, very beautiful picture. And thank you for sharing all these little things. It's amazing to see. It is amazing to learn. And I believe that the photos and those words that you have shared with us says millions of words, because uh, I personally have developed this program with the vision that what you learn from the life story of other is of the most value, that you don't have to travel to that journey. If you can trust and you can understand and you can follow those things to apply by learning the lessons of other people's life, then you are saving the time in your life on your spiritual journey. That is the ultimate goal of this is Samarpan, that you can either make mistake or you can either keep suffering and go through the problem because of your judgmental mind or intellectual mind. And हम गुजराती में कहते हैं गोठा खाया करो, meaning that keep on stumbling, you know, in the life. But when you learn from the life of others, when you see something inspiring like this and focus that yes, if this person can do it, why can I not do it? If person like Sumathiji can live with the fighting spirit that I will not accept anything wrong, I cannot uh, allow wrong things happening around me, and I will contribute for anything right and good in the environment around me, in the life of others, without any selfish motive. You see, she's not expecting that you pay her as a consultant. She's not expecting that you praise her and go and tell about her to other people. She is giving as a good person, as a pure human being, and that is what make her unique. And that is what a person like Chandraji, who is very professional, very how you say rational mind, logical mind, is getting complimented. This is where the Suryanadi and Chandranadi gets complimented as spouse. This is what Swamiji says. Okay, as a husband and wife, we should complement each other with different personality, and then taking advantage and merging each other's good quality to create this energy synergy, so that you can really benefit out of it in all aspect of your life. That is what I see in your story. Very, very beautiful, Chandraji. Let's go on the next part. Yeah, so this was in Malaysia in 2016.
Yeah. Yes, it's also in Malaysia, and it's done at different places. I think one is in Kuantan, and the other place I think is in Talakintan, a relative's place. Yeah, we did that some workshop. Yeah, in Kuantan, that's correct. That's my niece actually. My niece is also, I connected both my niece and my sister-in-law. They all are connected with Samarpan. Actually, Swamiji, when he landed in Kuantan, he and Guruma had breakfast at their home.
Wow,
so
lucky.
Yeah, I know.
Very
They
nice.
themselves. Yeah, it's a long story, but it was very interesting story. And so likewise, we were able to collaborate with all the team, and very supportive at the time. Well, still
Yes,
we have support, but because of the COVID came in, things have gone down a bit. But I still feel the opportunity is there to, develop it better. Although sometimes we run into funds, but Swamiji always says that, don't worry, even if it's one person, keep going.
yes.
Someday where you'll find the right candidate, or someone is going to come forward and help you out.
Exactly. This is what I personally feel also. And that is how we have grown to this big collectivity right now in the Americas. That Swamiji told me one thing: don't worry if 50 people or 500 people don't come. Be with 5 people, but build good relationship, soulful bonding, and try to give without expectation. And you will see everything will take its own shape. That is what is happening. Very true, very true. I am amazed because this is so inspiring for those who are moving into different country or different cities or different area, and they are complaining that, oh, we have this problem, I have that problem. I can understand that it takes 6 months to a year or two for people to match with the energy, with the people, with the environment, learning and adapting with the situation. I can understand that. But if you keep an attitude of gratitude, I would say, if you believe that I am because of him. I am because of my Guru. I am because of my God. And my Guru himself is a God. When you have that attitude, automatically that grace starts flowing through you and around you. This is my personal experience. I have moved, as I told you, from Navsari to Mumbai to Montreal to Raleigh. In 4 times, I have probably changed my houses more than 10 times in different places. You probably have the similar story. But regardless of that, it is the inner faith, inner strength, and inner connection with the divine that keeps you going. And I feel very sorry with the young people that they give up hope very easily because they want instant gratification. They want any effort that they put 10 times, tenfold rewarding and as quick as possible. They don't have patience. They want everything fast. You have to learn to pay the price. And the price that you pay is what you are investing into it, what you are making sacrifice in your life. That is your investment in the real life. We have to remember that. We learn from Chandraji in the earlier days of his story.
Yeah, one of the things that I realized, you're talking about the younger generation.
Mhm.
We have suicidal rates in the region of about, let's say we take Japan, you can go and look in Google. They have got, since 2014, every year they have almost about 20,000 suicidal rates.
Wow.
Yeah, in Japan. And if you look Kenya also, I met the group called Mental 360. If you do a Google Mental 360, they also have similar numbers. And most of them are teenagers. Why? Because they become depressed and there's no avenue for them and there's no one to guide them.
Right.
So,
Right.
and we also have in Malaysia too, but also in Canada, as you know, we have quite a high suicidal rate also there. The day I
Same
checked in Google.
India and USA, I think very, very high rate of suicide simply because the young generation are hopeless. They don't want to believe in any spirituality or any religious or any other scriptural wisdom. They want to believe only in the materialism, the scientific information, artificial intelligence, anything that adds to temporary pleasure in their life. Substance abuse. They divert themselves to the substance than the person. That is what I have seen. It is. But when you are a young person and you are in Samarpan, Swamiji has recently mentioned in the interview with the TV channel that unlike many other programs, unlike many other, how you say, the path of or organization, Samarpan Meditation is the organization where we have a lot of youngsters, a lot of young people who have joined the meditation and who are volunteering and are part of the Guru Karya or the voluntary work over here. Here, we give anything and everything for free. And we are expecting you to share it with everybody for free. We have so many professional people like Sridhar Maniji, Chandraji, and many others who came with amazing success in their professional life, in their personal life, in their social life. And still, those people are part of the Samarpan family, global Samarpan family, and they are contributing for free whatever they know. This story itself, that what we are sharing and investing hours of time here, it is not overnight thing that we come here and tell you anything. There are so many hours of work involved in preparing this program. But this is offered for free for what? To enlighten you, to create the hope for each and every soul, regardless of your background, regardless of your gender, regardless of your education, regardless of your qualification. If you are an enlightened spiritual person, you are the winner in the future. Because Swamiji says, in the old time, it was the time of power or physical strength. Current time is the time or yug of intelligence, artificial intelligence, information age, information technology. But the future time is going to be the time of spirituality, because we are moving from the Iron Age, Kali Yuga, dark time, to the Sata Yuga, age of truth, age of spirituality. And in order to be winner, in order to be happier, you have to develop what is inside you, not what is outside you. Anything and everything that you are listening, you believe, and you focus on is nothing but outside information. But have you ever realized that I know everything about the Mars or moon or sun, but I don't know nothing about my neighbor? I don't know nothing about my father, my spouse, my children. I don't know nothing about my own self. Samarpan meditation will teach you to know about yourself, and not by somebody telling you that you are right or wrong or you are good or bad, by listening to your inner voice. That is the power of Samarpan meditation. That is the power of strength. That is the power of love. That is the power of Atmiyata or soulful bonding. This is Samarpan. This is what I want you to see. This is what I want you to believe. This is what I want you to focus on and learn from the story of Chandraji and Sumathiji. Please add this your light on this subject, Chandraji.
Sorry, my life, you mean, to this?
Yes.
Yeah, basically, as I said, when I returned to Malaysia, we formed a company called Global Aviation Services, and with Swamiji's blessing in 2010, we met Divakar in Singapore, and we got some information, and we started from there, and we moved on to Malaysia, and naturally, my business evolved slowly and became big. So much so that I myself now am so swamped with so much of work that last year I had employed about 7 of them on a contract basis.
Wow.
I think a lady from India, I sent her to Istanbul. Like that, a lot of people are coming forward, but you have to be also given a lot of business to the Malaysian companies.
Yes.
But a lot of, but I don't brag about it or talk about it because it's just a job for anyone, but it's just, keeps you busy, keeps you occupied, and then you feel happy when a job is done and the customer is happy.
Very.
But end of the day, there's a lot of Guru Karya that happens on the other side. And then, any retreats I try to attend, like in Singapore, we all met together. So those things help you to mellow down and, do a defragmentation of your mind.
Yes.
So much in our house, we don't even have a TV ever since we came back. I'm sure most houses have a TV, especially when you have a young adolescent like Lakshman. Why? Because technology, is there. I mean, we can watch on our phone if something important, but we don't want to be, because Swamiji says this, why do you want to know if there was car theft in South Africa? Is that important to you? Why do you want to put that into your mind?
Yes.
You don't. So for me, you need to have clarity, and you're more focused on your work, among your friends and entertainments or whatever you want to do. You have the time. You're well focused. And so a lot of planning goes behind. I work late hours and do a lot of work, and most of the time I'm a worker.
Dedication in the profession.
And then we even ran a career counseling for aviation in 2017, and we set up a WhatsApp group called Talk on Aviation, which Sumathi was instrumental in setting it up. And later years, I set up in Kenya and also in India, and I'm the main contributor for all this, and I'm the administrator. But, because I want to give back to society, it's free. I mean, you want to learn, you can just join me, because these platforms are more educational, it's a sharing and learning platforms. And sometimes job opportunities are there. And so we do discuss, many of them like a lot of my contribution because I make it very unique, and because I could think from a different perspective, from different places, where you've been, and you can bring it to the table, because many of them never had those kind of opportunities.
Yes.
So that is where Samarpan, and then, there was the trip that we made to Sri Lanka with Swamiji. Then I arranged a flight for Swamiji from Jaffna to this one at a discounted rate, because I knew the airline over there, and naturally, Swamiji flew from Jaffna to Kandy with the family.
Can we make that slide available to for our audience to watch it? It was the one that we used in the flyer.
Yeah. So we made ourselves over there, and we went with the big team. I know the Singapore team was involved. We had 2 charter bus load of
Yes. This is the flight that was arranged by you.
no, not this. That I don't think we have that picture. We don't have that picture here.
Okay.
Yeah. No, but the Sri Lanka visit is there. I think slide number. I'll tell you what's the slide number anyway.
So what I want our audience to notice is, apart from having a success in professional life, this couple or this family has been investing their time into inspiring, motivating, and uplifting the young generation or people around them. They have not just established their business, aviation business, but they have established the Samarpan organization in Malaysia. They have established this WhatsApp group to help young generation to benefit out of it. So those little things adds happiness and fulfillment in the life. Tell us about this Sri Lanka 2016.
I had the opportunity to be with Swamiji. Well, literally we all traveled from Jaffna, and then Swamiji came to Kandy, and previous to that, he was in Colombo. And Swamiji concluded, and this is the analogy he gave. Let's say in your body, if let's say your left arm is injured, what do you think the rest of the body will do? They all will focus on trying to fix your left arm, correct?
Yeah.
So likewise, when Sri Lanka and Jaffna was not developed because of all the civil war, so the whole of Sri Lanka should have gone and helped to develop that state. But that didn't happen. And that was in 2016. And guess what happened last year? They went into a deep financial crisis, right?
Crisis, yes.
Because they were not prepared for it.
Yeah.
And never helped each other. So Swamiji's analogy was very good. That they all should have worked together instead of, living separately, and then it affects everyone.
Yes.
But if they be together, it doesn't matter what the the challenges were, but they should have put it all aside and live together. They could all have developed.
Yes.
So yeah, so we did our best to go. And one thing, the Buddhist priests in Sri Lanka, they welcome Swamiji with their arms open. It's so good, and they welcome Swamiji, no problems.
Yes. So this is the Buddhist temple in Sri Lanka, and you might have heard the discourses of Swamiji when he visited the Sri Lanka. I think Sridhar Maniji also shared some of the photos and some of the beautiful experiences while he was there in Sri Lanka with Swamiji.
Yes, he was the translator for Hindi to Tamil in Jaffna.
Yes. Yeah, Guruma and
that's right.
Samarpan was there. Yeah, this was one of their chief monk, the one who was at the bottom. The one who was at the bottom, he came late, and he met Swamiji. And these are certain things, the memory that we can cherish, because such a highly spiritual person also respects Swamiji and benefit from his wisdom. Then we should consider ourselves very lucky and fortunate enough that we are living during the lifetime of Swamiji. He is living in the same time when we are alive, and we are learning from him. He is giving every day, even at this age, to the world, and he wants to give more to each and every one of us to fulfill his guru's desire or wishes, and making sure that there is next generation, young generation, that is becoming ready, and they are capable to conceive the good soul who wants to take birth on the earth. That is the ultimate mission of Swamiji, that so many divine souls want to take birth, but not capable parents, not spiritually enlightened enough parents are living at this time. So if young generation will start taking interest into meditation, if young generation is ready to conceive those divine souls, then only things will happen. And a lady or mother is more important for this spiritual journey. That is what I want to emphasize at this point, because we are talking about the life journey of Chandraji and Sumatiji. We are talking about the teaching and mission of Swamiji. At the same time, we are talking about the young generation, how they can evolve, how they can progress spiritually, and putting dots together to connect the dots and create the beautiful future out of it. Next. So this was 8 days workshop at Batu.
Yeah, Batu Caves. That's where I think I took you there. And so this was, again, another center that we opened up. And this is the group that we used to have a session on Saturdays.
Wow.
And so this was, at the peak, we have a lot of visitors. This was when Swamiji's visit to Batu Caves in 2015.
Wow. And I still have this surprise for you. I got the bhasma or the vibhuti there. So I'm carrying that with me. This is the souvenir or blessing of the Batu Cave that I'm sharing with all our audience today.
Yeah.
That this place is very unique, very divine. And Swamiji also visited that. Myself and Chandraji went in December. Myself and Kalpana went there. So we feel very blessed. We feel very blessed. This is a unique place. And yeah, tell us a little bit about this place to our audience. Because so many people, whoever visit to Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur area, they go to Batu Caves. And what is so special about it?
Well, because, it was, the thing is, we have got the temple inside the cave, which is about, we have got 272 steps. And the uniqueness is when the Lord Muruga gets his, what do you call, his whale, all right, his spear on from the mother once a year. So this becomes a very big festival because he will, many of them who make their vow, it's granted to them. So in 2 days, you'll get about a few million people, coming to this function. It'll be so crowded, and a lot of events happen. And a lot of them carry kavadi. They do punishments like poking spears around their mouth or the back of their hooks behind their backs. So it's some kind of penance they do, basically to fulfill their vows. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. Yeah, and many South Indian people believes in Lord Murugan. Murugan is elder son of Lord Shiva and Parvati, or we know him as Kartikeya.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, Gajanan is Ganesha, is the younger son of Lord Shiva and Parvati. Gajanan is one of the most intelligent one, and Gaja means elephant, Nana means elephant headed, and Murugan is one who rides the peacock. Okay, Muru is more, Mayur. So Murugan is worshipped as a warrior. Okay, in fact, it is said that Mother Goddess Uma or Parvati, she put all her energy to prepare Murugan as a warrior. Okay, so he became the warrior against the negativity, and he is protecting all those who are fighting against the negativity in this world or anywhere in the universe. So when we were talking about Sumathiji, that she doesn't take injustice, she will go and raise her voice and fight against injustice. Those kind of energy comes from Lord Murugan. And Lord Murugan is also called Skanda. His another name is Skanda. And the fifth chakra, Vishuddhi chakra, is activated by the grace of Lord Murugan. Okay, so if you are in the Western world and you worship Archangel Michael, he is the same energy that you are worshipping. Lord Murugan is the same energy as Archangel Michael, who helps you with your Vishuddhi chakra and who helps you to become a warrior for the truth and for the righteousness in the world. That is my personal research and understanding about the energy aspect of Lord Murugan. And many people do believe in Skanda Kumar, or he is also known as one of the divine energy that keeps the Akashic records of every human being. Okay, so there is so much that I can share with you based on what I learned and what I experience as different energies in different part of the world. But Batu Caves, if you are visiting Kuala Lumpur or Malaysia at any time, you should visit this place. I have been with Chandraji just in December 2022, and it is a unique place, very powerful energy, very beautiful and divine and auspicious place. Thank you for sharing that with us, Chandraji.
Yeah, this is actually a limestone cave, and the statue that you see, as you know, there's lots of pigeons there.
Yes.
So they might, the pigeon droppings can cause a problem to the statues. So the statues are painted with a special paint that is brought from Thailand, because the Thais are specialized in painting the statues.
Golden Buddhas that they have.
Yeah, exactly. So they have that some kind of additive that will keep away the pigeons or birds.
Wow.
So that's why there's no droppings.
Amazing.
Anyway, there's some small piece of information to those of you who are going there.
Yes. And that also tells us if we are a Samarpan Sadhak and we are planning to keep the statues or establish something outside, what kind of paint should be used? Because when I was traveling Thailand, Malaysia and Singapore, I have seen so many golden Buddhas, and everywhere it is standing in open space. So how come it become weather resistance? How can it be protected? That's a good piece of information, Chandraji, that you shared with us.
You're
Amazing.
welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, no problem.
And she was again the reason behind this Malaysian Samarpan Meditation organization.
Yeah, this was the time when Swamiji visited our center in 2015. As you can see, Swamiji is seated there. But, there's a big team that was involved in developing, supporting, because we were doing it for the first time. So we need to know the protocol, and a lot of things have to be put in place.
Right.
We made special chairs for Guru Amma and Swamiji, which we still keep in our center. So this was a big team that came, but we had a discourse right in the heart of the town in a big hall.
Yes.
We had a lot of people, and we had food and everything. So this was a period, and there was, as you can see on the left-hand side, there's a bus journey going down to Singapore during some events that we had discussed. So we found a niche in how to get it done in a very keep the cost low and try to travel by day, and without staying there a night, you just return the same night.
Yeah,
so
like Sadhaks in India. Sadhaks in India try to organize the bigger events, people going from Mumbai to Dandi Ashram just for one day darshan and come back, similar kind of things.
I see. So, okay. So, yeah, and we always had our main centers, we'll always have some events going on like Guru Purnima or Swamiji's birthday or, a lot of events.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So much Guru Karya and so much fun. So this
Yeah.
picture is
Lots
very
of fun.
interesting. She is enjoying this outdoor activity, recreational thing going
This was on the island. We had a 3 days, 2 nights retreat in an island called St. John's Island of Singapore.
Wow.
I know St. John's Island in Canada, but there's a St. John's Islands here too. So we had a big event, and Sumathi is a good dancer. She does very good cha-cha dance. I've danced
Wow.
with her. Yeah, it's because of her I learned how to swim, because she's the one who taught me how to swim. She's a good swimmer too.
Wow.
And she's a dancer. So this was all some of the entertainment we had during our retreat in Singapore. This was in 2015. Yeah.
Yeah. I
So
want the global audience to see and understand that if you want, you can create soulful bonding through different activities, recreational activities like what she has been part of. And this is inspiring. This is very, very interesting for many people, those who are trying to build the collectivity.
And then on the left side, you see is the yoga classes that we had a yoga event and gave away like a sort of a competition we had, and then gave away certificates to everyone. And so that was at the peak.
That is amazing.
No, this was another group. Looks like
Who is the gentleman on the bottom left picture on the right side, the white shirt?
He's Selva. I think you met him in Singapore.
Yes, I met him. I met him in Singapore.
Yeah.
That's right. I think we took the picture together with him.
Yes, yes.
Forgot his name. Yes.
So anyway, these are good memories of for the younger generation to look at as to how the center was run, and it's actually a sort of like a proof of concept. Where everyone wants to talk about setting it up, we can say, yeah, we have done all this. So, and we are also a registered society. So we are registered with the list of societies, and we run it all legally. But only thing, we have to go to the next level where we can accept donations, so that there's some paperwork has to be done, so that we can go to that next level. So these are all some of the sadhikas who to come regularly, sadhaks and sadhikas.
Yes.
So
nice collectivity. I love it. So this is what you're talking about, Hindi and.
This was learning Hindi and music. That's right. We had a music teacher who used to come and teach us. Even I too even took up Hindi. Oh yeah, on the door, on the left-hand side. That's the door to a room where she has pasted all the Hindi words. You zoom in, you can see. Yeah, you can see. Those who know Hindi can pretty much.
Could means himself or herself or ourselves.
Yeah. So she took a lot of initiative to learn all these things by heart along with Mr. Selva. They both used to go together and study it, but we don't live in an environment where everyone is a Hindi speaking. Like if I were to put her in Bombay or Delhi, yes, she can pick it up in 3-4 months, or maybe 6 months she'll be able to pick up Hindi. But here, it's not a Hindi speaking community here, so therefore, these are some of the challenges we had. But still, that does not stop her, or does not stop anyone. If you have a will, there is a way.
Absolutely. And unless and until you are not willing to invest, you will not get it. What inspires me is she is willing to learn all this, not like for her own benefit, but to grow spiritually and share with others. See, khud ke liye, when you hear Swamiji that dhyan khud ke liye karo, then she want to understand what khud, himself, ke liye, for. I want to learn meditation for myself, for himself. Khud ke liye karo. So these are little words that she picked up from Swamiji's discourses, and she's trying to understand. You can see.
Probably that's what it is. Yes.
You can see the notes, and You see, I did not discuss this with her, but you can pick up the energy as I was talking to you, that every word, every thing has its own energy. Picking up the word and connecting with word that she has written here in her own handwriting, and I can connect with her mind, I can connect with her energy, that what was her mind state. The same way when we are reading the scriptures, I want to explain you, when we are reading the scriptures from religious book, whether it is 2000 year old or Vedas 10,000 years old, only after you become pure conscious self, Chaitanya Swarup, Atma Swarup, and going on the fifth dimension and above, you will tune up with the energy of the writer, whether it is uh, Vyas Muni who wrote this, or whether it is any yogi or any rishi who has written those slokas or scriptures. You can literally, by reading and chanting those slokas, can connect with the mindset or with the bhav that that rishi has chanted this mantra, or that yogi has written this sloka, and you can benefit the energy, the vibration of it. That is the gist of Samarpan meditation. This is what Swamiji told me, that look, you are a bhakta, you are devoted, you already have Samarpan, and you have already reached up to the Agya Chakra. But what is next? In order to bring you from the Agya to Sahasrar, I am here in your life. And I am not going to be with you all your life, holding your hand. I will teach you the meditation. You will learn the language of vibration. You will learn the language of Chaitanya, the consciousness. And then you will be able to understand and interpret anything and everything the way it should be. The reality can be realized only when you are real, when you are at that conscious vibration, when you are vibrating at the pure consciousness level, at your soul level. And then all this wisdom, all this knowledge, all this rational thinking, logical thinking, intellectual thinking that we have will dissolve. This is the power of spirituality. This is the power of Samarpan meditation that I have witnessed and mastered in my life. And I'm trying to show you through the story of Sumathiji that how she was evolving and how she was giving to others. Take advantage of such things. If you are a sadhak in Malaysia and you are not going to the center, you are not taking advantage of your collectivity, then you are missing something. I tell you, you are missing something. Take advantage of it.
Oh.
Look at this. Another interesting picture.
Yeah.
Tell us about it, please.
Well, this was the college in India where I studied. A few of us were selected, and then, for different professions. And I got the outstanding award for the achievements. And I dedicate this award to Sumathi. This is not a, I dedicate this to her because she was instrumental in being behind me and supporting me in many ways, which I don't think even I would have achieved it. But
she was a driving, inspiring force. The way many Bollywood movies says that, "Tum meri prerna ho." You are the one who inspire me. You are the one who drive me. You are the one who put me in this post of success, in this state of happiness and joy and achievement. This is what you credit her for. And this is what we cherish her contribution in the Samarpan family also. Amazing. Good to see. You see, nobody knows you, Chandraji, at this level. We know you as a one simple man, but today with This is Samarpan, we are getting to know so much, and also about Sumathiji. In such a short time, she has contributed so much to Samarpan family. That is what I want people to notice. Tell us a little bit about this 2016 retreat program.
Oh, this retreat in Goa. I've been to Goa, I think 3 times, I think. 2 or 3 times. I've been to Goa retreat. So I always enjoyed Goa, and this is the welcoming ceremony, and we still have a lot of workshops. One of the workshop is on the left-hand side, as you can see, where we were asked to, one of us are blindfolded, and the other person will walk you through, and you have to trust him and walk. He'll take you through ups and downs.
Yes.
And so it's a matter of trusting each other. But
Yes,
no
it is really-
communication. There's
Yeah.
no communication between you, but you just got to go.
So that was
So,
the exercise to teach you how you surrender to Guru without
yes,
words. You are not
exactly.
talking to your Guru. You are blindfolded. You cannot see him, but you have to listen to him. You have to understand the indication or sanket or support that you get from Guru. That's a beautiful exercise. We did also in 2013 IR when I was at the Goa Ashram. Very beautiful exercise.
True. And you've got, if you look in the well, I won't call it a forest, but where there's all these plants are growing, the trees.
Yes,
You got
spice.
variety. Yeah, you got variety of trees up there. Different
Yes.
trees. I actually took a picture and I use it in my training. Towards the end, I show it and I'll ask the class, what do you see here? They all will say, yeah, just trees. Yeah, but they all are different trees. They all are living in harmony without fighting or anything. So why
Yes.
can't we also be like that?
Very, very true. Very, very true.
It's a very nice place to be, actually.
We are lucky to have Suresh Bhai Patel from Goa Ashram last month in our TIS session. And he shared beautiful pictures and story of Goa Ashram also in that. If you have not watched it, please go and visit Soul Satsang, your favorite YouTube channel that you are watching right now. And you will be able to see many such interesting, inspiring stories on Soul Satsang.
Sure, I'll take a look, definitely.
Yes. Let's go on next.
Sure.
Here is the picture of Sumatiji coming behind Sonalji.
Yeah, that was the 2017, right? Yeah, 2017.
Yes, we can see that. What a lovely, warm welcome at the international retreat again.
True. So that's why I do not know what happened. She went to Ajmer and she came back and her whole mind changed and something has happened there.
She got that inner message, I believe.
Yeah, so maybe I think I should go and visit Ajmer someday to find out the connection there.
It's a very, very, very powerful Gadistan, one of the first in the history of Samarpan meditation that was available for us to go in the Gadistan and do the meditation yourself. I visited in December 2017, immediately after this IR 2017 to Ajmer Gadistan also. And as soon as you step in, you sit down, you feel you are going into meditation. It is that powerful place. And it was open only during that time. But I would say that everybody should visit at least one of the Guru Shakti Dham around wherever they are. Because Swamiji has made sure that in 4 corners of India and in 4 different corners of the world, you have at least one Guru Shakti Dham or Mangal Murti where you can sit in front of the Mangal Murti, living energy statue, meditate, and you would literally feel the enlightenment. You will literally feel the Kundalini or life force moving. You will feel the vibrations. That's why we call it living energy statue, Mangala Murti, Sri Mangala Murti. And this is the blessing. This is the spiritual evolution, you can say, that is happening in the Guru energies of the world, in the divine living energy force, life force, or chi, or vitality of the human being that we are seeing during our lifetime by the grace of Swamiji. Okay, so many people fail to understand the concept, or many people fail to understand the energy vibration. But these are the words of Swamiji. In the future, universities and highly intellectual people will be going to this live energy statues, Mangal Murti, at our Guru Shakti Dham, at our ashrams, and will do the research on the power of vibrations and power of these Mangal Murtis. This is the upcoming future. I am talking to young generation. Believe it, experiment it, experience it. Let's go next.
So you
Now,
visited that place?
yes, I have
That's
visited. It's a very powerful place, and let's learn more about this slide. This is a unique
the
story.
Last Supper. What happened was, one of my students, I attended his wedding. 30 years later, he wanted to visit me because I got him a job before I left for Canada. I got him a job with Cathay Pacific, and he settled down in an island called Penang. And then during a Chinese New Year, he wanted to visit me with his family. So I said, come over. And he was in Kuala Lumpur. And then I told Sumathi. Sumathi said, I'm not feeling well. You go ahead. And I said, can I bring them to the house? She was not very comfortable because she was not feeling well. And she dropped Lakshman in a shopping mall. Anyway, I told her, don't worry, you stay home. I will take care of everything. I'll attend to my friend, take him to a restaurant.
Yes.
So around late evening, naturally, she called. I told my friends that I won't be with you all for long because once I get a call, I got to go and pick up my son. Suddenly, Sumathi calls and said, no, I already picked him up. I'm on the way to the restaurant where you are. I want to meet your friends. And then she coaxed them to go for dinner. On a Chinese New Year day, you will never find any restaurants open. But some or other, she found one. And she called us to go for it. And so we all ended up having a meal. And then I was showing my wedding pictures to my friend. And Sumathi also looks at it. And then she says, it's a manufacturing fault. She's I'm putting a blame to herself. Said it's a manufacturing fault. Anyway, she enjoyed some nice vegetarian pasta. And so that was then, I see my friends were falling asleep. So it was almost 11 p.m. And then we took a group picture and that was the end of it. Next morning, when they heard that she's no more around, my God, they were so devastated.
Yeah, they can't believe it. Just yesterday.
I know, they seeing her for the first time, and next thing she's gone.
Yeah.
And they came back for the first anniversary also. The couple came.
That's
very interesting spiritual people.
Yeah.
He was at the police hiring actually. That is how I knew him. I conduct classes for him those days.
Yes, yes.
So after 30 years, he visited me.
Amazing, amazing. That shows the strength of your
the connection, and
shows the respect and trust and love that you carry in every relationship. In fact, I would tell our audience that Chandraji is an excellent host. Me and Kalpana, as soon as we landed in Malaysia, he came, picked us up from the bus stop. At the same time, first place where he brought us was
Mr.
is it Mr. Idli and Mrs.?
No, Mr. Nan and Mrs. Idli.
Oh, Mr. Nan and Mrs. Idli. And we neither eat naan nor eat idli, but I ate vada pav in that place with the chai because it was such an authentic Indian cuisine that I could have tried there. And I enjoyed your hospitality. I enjoyed the way you carried us from one place to another. And this is amazing. But going back to Sumatiji, her Last Supper, and her love, her hospitality, and her contribution in the life of Chandraji and many, many sadhaks in the Malaysia, in Canada, and as we have seen some of the pictures also in India. Those who know Sumathiji cannot forget her. Those who met this couple, they cannot forget them because of their humility, because of their honesty and down-to-earth personality, and very lovely hospitality that I would say. You cannot forget the relationship the time spent together with Chandraji and Sumathiji. And again, adding up to the values of Samarpan. This is what Swamiji says. Every relationship should be soulful relationship. This is every collectivity that we have at the center or with such global Samarpan family should be full of interaction with love, with respect, with trust, and with willingness to contribute and give to others. I have seen Lakshman growing from a young child to this middle age, how you have middle school student, high school, yeah. So this is amazing how he is growing slowly but surely. Yeah. Thank you for sharing all those photos.
Yeah, when I went to collect all these photos, and well, naturally they were in the book, but sometimes it was emotional. But then,
Yes.
thing that I learned from Samarpan, it's part of life, all of us perish someday.
Absolutely. But it is putting her alive. It is bringing her back to life and remembering her through her contribution in the Samarpan, through her contribution in your life. And I never feel that she's not there. I feel that she's there all the time with us. And throughout this presentation, throughout this interview session, we are seeing that she is by energy always with us. She is answering some of the questions here through you, and she is talking through me in this session. And Guru energies are there to guide us, learning from the story and spiritual journey. So when you went back to Montreal, there was a memorial service also with these people from probably your work group.
Some of my working colleagues, my neighbors and friends, which I was able to gather at the time, and then because they want to know what happened to her, like suddenly this happened, and so I said I'll have a memorial service and explain to them. And
right.
Also, same thing I did in India because she had a lot of relatives.
Yeah.
And
when we came to know, we were also shocked that how come, because she was constantly in communication. She will ask one or another question or share something in the Guru Karya International group or something like that. She was always very active.
True. She was also involved in doing the translation of the books into Tamil along with Mani.
Into Tamil, yeah. Sridhar Maniji, yes.
Yeah. So she took a lot of initiative also in that area. Now, this one is something she wrote and left behind. It is the ego of the body that does not allow us to be aware of our soul. Yes. Actually, today I believe ego and sandals must be left outside the house. When you walk into
Very true. Very true. Very true. Then the house will be peaceful.
Yeah, true.
Because ego enters and the house has lost its peace.
So, yeah, this is just the museum. Yeah, it's just an art, but I just took it and put it as part of the book towards the end.
Yeah, we have visited this museum. It is beautiful. We have taken so many fun photos at this place, and it is interesting how they created this 3D app and how this painting on the wall can make that come to life. It is amazing. It is like a video you can create out of it.
It's an illusion, like an illusion it gives you. Like,
exactly.
You're really jumping on the bridge or you're falling or something like that. So,
yeah, amazing.
So this is how Sumathi was there, and basically,
yes,
yeah, no more around.
That
I mean,
it's amazing story, very inspiring story. And moving further, I would like to know, do you have any extraordinary or special experiences? And did Samarpan meditation bring you to meet any special person? Please tell us.
Yeah, definitely. I had a lot of people. Actually, I was trying to start up Samarpan meditation in Cuba, Havana, because I visited there, I had some friends. So this was because my friend who's a doctor there, his wife passed away in 2013, was also a doctor, and his mom still lives around. You can see in the center picture with my friend, Dr. Jose. and his mom. And he looks after Down syndrome kids, about 149 of them. So I went to the school to look at the kids. And they all are very happy as ever, and got teachers and everything. But he looks after them. And unfortunately, I have a language barrier because they speak Spanish, but the daughter could speak English. So I tried to teach the mother and the daughter about meditation. But then I didn't progress because of MCO and all that. I didn't go back. This was 2016. So anyway, but we did some video for the kids called, you have, what do you call, Make Me to Smile. We want you to smile. That was the video that was made. We want you to smile. So anyway, that video was made, and so that time was over, and this was in Cuba. So this all was very special. It is the reason I go to Cuba is I used to go there and do my practice my salsa dancing.
Wow.
So I do the dancing there, and I get some great teachers. It's not easy. I mean, you'll sweat, basically. Yeah. So it's a great place, and they're very talented.
People must be wondering that you cannot learn salsa in Malaysia. You get such a good teacher in Cuba only.
I know Cuba. I got a lot of other interests. Certainly, I go for the what do you call, the beach?
Yes, that is more interesting.
Yeah, because a lot of Canadians go there. But besides that, the food and the people and all, I mean, they're very happy people. Actually, the houses are so beautiful because they have Spanish touch.
Yes.
Very wonderfully designed houses. I was amazed. I never knew there's a river running inside Cuba. I was wondering how they get water, electricity, all that I went and studied. There's so much of information about Cuba. So those of you who are living near in US, I don't know now it's allowed to go or not, but take the opportunity. And if you folks want to go there, let me know. I'll coordinate you all with his family.
Oh, wow. Yes, I have seen a lot of Canadian, because from Canada in Montreal, there was a huge promotion with the Cuban travels and Cuban tourism. So I notice always there is a campaign going on. Cuba and Mexico were becoming most, attractive destination for the Canadians. We have visited Mexico last year, and what you are talking, underground rivers that are flowing in Mexico also, that provides that channel of water. It's amazing how pure and how beautiful this water is.
True. A lot of interesting things. Now, this was in Samarpan Group in Indonesia, Jakarta. Then again, Sumathi is the one who found their contacts, and I happened to go there on business. She insisted I must visit them, and I went. I went and met both of them are sisters. One of them is staying long, so she speaks the Indonesian Malay language, which I can understand a little bit of them. So anyway, I had a great time with them, and they prepared the food and all. My God, they just loaded me up.
Wow.
So such a wonderful, experience I had, meeting someone who had never seen them before. Like we were strangers, right? But the way they treat you like they've known you for 50 years.
That is the spirit of global Samarpan family. And again, building good, healthy relationship. With Swamiji's blessing, this is possible for us. And anywhere you go in the world, you can find such a lovely family for you. How did Indonesia receive the Samarpan meditation? Do you know? Was it Sumathiji who became instrumental?
No, they actually, the lady who's wearing the what do you call, the shirt, the t-shirt in the blue in the middle, she was from Bombay, I think. So Sumathi knew her. So she had the contact, and then, Sumathi was trying to go and help to set up in Indonesia. So she was
probably from the international retreat or something that she might have come to.
Definitely.
Okay, very nice. I want people to notice those kind of things, that how you build a relationship, how you develop, and how you can become instrumental in spreading the Samarpan and this greater collectivity or relationship with the people from different part of the world in different countries. Interesting.
But what happened when I showed up, they served me breakfast. after about an hour and a half, they said it's lunchtime.
Wow.
So I was worried. I was wondering, these people are eating how many meals a day? They say, no, they already prepared the lunch. So they have to serve me because I got in late, actually. It's my fault.
Yes, okay. You missed the breakfast time, but they still served you.
Yeah, so it's a breakfast. Anyway,
Yeah.
they're wonderful people. I don't
Very
have their contact, actually. Only Sumathi had their contact, but I should touch up someday.
Yes, not a problem. This was Sri Lanka again. We already discussed
Yeah,
that.
Sri Lanka, yes, definitely. This is in Jaffna.
Mhm. We already
Yeah,
saw that.
I've seen that. There's one more slide, I think. You've seen this.
Yes.
Yeah. This must be in Colombo.
Yes, I see Rajaji there.
Yeah. Yeah, this was in Jaffna also with one of my aunties,
Uh-huh.
my cousin's daughters, the one in the red and white.
Okay.
Yeah, they happened to come from Canada on a holiday,
Uh-huh.
and I invited them, and so it was quite interesting. I mean, you see the connection that you develop through Samarpan.
Yes.
And,
Very true. Very true.
they themselves are surprised that you can come from somewhere and with your team and you can put a program like this. They're wondering how come you're involved in all this. So it gives them a different perspective because an upcoming of a child depends on the environment and the exposure you have. So and you have to do things like you have to think fast, think big, and think ahead. So these are some of the qualities you should have in you.
Yes, very true. Very true. Because sometimes you don't have time to react, and situation comes and you have to make the decision very quickly. I see Rajaji and Shital Dattani also.
Yes. True.
I just want to let you know that we have interviewed on This is Samarpan Shitalji also. So in the story of Australia, Shitalji came for This is Samarpan to tell their story. You can watch.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, when you go to the next slide, I'll talk about her. Shital.
Yes. So I wanted to create the base for Shital because I know that next part is coming important.
No, the thing is, it was Shital's brother, Jayesh. He's the one actually, when I met him through the Samarpan group, because actually Kumar Bhai is the one who gave me the contact.
Okay.
Yeah, so he gave me the contact, and then I happened to go to Kenya on some work, and then I contacted him, and then he happened to come because he stays in a in a different province, where Mama Sarah lives. It's called Kingston. So it'll take you about 7 hours driving time, approximately. But anyhow, the flying is 1 hour. So when I met him in Nairobi, then I told him, where will I be able to, meet Obama's hometown or village? He said, don't worry, I'll organize everything for you. You just show up. So we planned it, and then I showed up at his place, and he had a car, everything arranged. And so we went, and I didn't know that she was under high security. You can't just walk in because she was well protected. But anyhow, I explained my situation and showed my passport, and then got access inside. And then those were the dwellings that she stayed initially, and then later years, and then the final house, which you can see on the top left. That's where she stayed. And normally, all visitors are to be in a gazebo. That's where she will meet them. But in my case, since I was alone, I was allowed to go into a house. So I had a grandeur tour of her house and how she lived. And certainly she was a great soul. By looking at her physique and touching her, I can see some nice vibrations.
Yes.
So yeah, she must be a very strong person. And that's where her husband was buried. In typically Kenyans, they bury their the bodies in front of their house, the family members. So this was Mama's grandfather. Hussein Oyango Obama.
Wow.
Yeah, and she was the
Interesting.
widow for almost about 40 years, I think.
Yes, 75 to
Yeah, she passed away.
43. Yeah.
So that was a very, even a lot of the Kenyans envy me because they themselves never got a chance to go and see her. And I made it. And I always
Yes.
tell them, it's all
Yes.
Swamiji, if you go with a positive mind, you
Yes.
will.
Yeah. This is something that is surprising, and this is something that makes people wonder that how many places you have traveled, how many people you have met, and this was one of the attraction for our audience also. We put it in the promotional video, especially without uh, disclosing her image, but you got to get the picture very similar to what Obama has on his right side, his grandma, and you got the right side, his grandma also. Very amazing connection.
So don't tell anyone I got a close connection with Obama now.
Oh yes, we will not tell. We'll only put it on the soul satsang. That's beautiful. Let's go on the next part. Thank
Yeah,
you for
sure.
sharing that. It was very
Yeah.
interesting. What's next?
Yeah, I think, oh yeah, this was meditation
So,
influencing my family. Okay.
so how did Samarpan meditation influence you and your family? We have witnessed this throughout the journey, but we want to hear in a way that it can leave some impression and some motivational guidance to our audience, as especially for our young generation.
True. One of the things that I learned about, once when we are in this meditation is about removing clutter from your house. If you go to many houses, they'll have in the basement a lot of clutter.
Yes.
Someone taught me how to get rid of this because you don't need all this. And when we left Canada, I tell you the tons of things. Even now, this house where I'm staying is a lot of clutter, but it teaches you how to. You don't have to keep everything that you need because
Declutter.
yeah, you have to declutter everything because you make your life simple. You don't need everything that you've never used for 5 years, right? You don't need it. So just get rid of it or donate it to someone or give it away to someone useful. But you have to move because it's only a thing. So let's not become very possessive of these things. So just give away. So likewise, I've been giving away a lot of things, when I travel, I carry a lot of foodstuffs. I give away to people and sometimes I take souvenirs. So that is the important thing. So clutter is one thing. The other thing is we, got rid of TV in our house. We never had a TV ever since we came to Malaysia.
Mhm.
Yeah, because as I said, why would you want to know about what's happening in 5 years' time in some country or wars going on in Russia and then some gun shooting in US? Why do you need that? Why don't you focus on what you need to do today?
Very, very true.
So Samarpan taught me all these things. How to stay focused on your day to day. They have written, they got rid of TV, use of mind. Some houses I've seen, they put a huge TV and then they sit in the couch and watch for a day or for hours. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you have to watch a soccer game or anything, it's okay. You can, it's okay once in a while. But these days with social media, you can watch a lot of the things. If something that relates to you, yeah, just go in and turn on your computer and you can just watch it there.
Yes, yes.
So those
Amazing.
are the things. And
Yeah.
also,
And
whenever you go for any projects, always get the blessings and go.
that's true. This is what Guruma also says, that when you leave the house, you pray to Gurudev and ask his blessing to be with you, and he will protect you. Anything that you do, you pray to Gurudev or whoever you believe as a god or mentor or master. You pray to them seek their blessings, and then you start your work. This create a positive aura. This create the environment of success and protection for you. So you have to believe that. And I want our audience to take on a positive note what we learned from the story of Sumathiji and Chandraji. That
On that, I'd like to just share one thing.
yes,
Although we talked about a lot about aviation, and I live in Malaysia, I've got nothing to do with the MH370 that disappeared. Just want to.
yes, okay.
A sad thing, but
you only know what you know, right? So the thing is, apart from having all this, spirituality plays a big role in one's life. And Samarpan meditation is beyond religion kind of spiritual path that can lead you in your own spiritual journey. That is what I learned from Sumathiji and Chandraji's story. I want our audience to understand or not misinterpret one information, that Sumathiji was a pharmacist. She understood the science behind the health, and she understood her own physical, mental health based on her inner experiences and her spiritual knowledge. Not every ordinary person has that level of combination of spirituality and science in one's mind. Okay, so the decision that she made was based on her complete knowledge of medical science and inner signals or strength of spiritual knowledge. Having said that, I want you to understand, by no means we are saying that you should not go to doctor, or you should not take your medicine, or you should not take the drugs that was recommended for your health. What we are saying is, this is the person who chose her spiritual journey, her spiritual indicators as the guidance for her that help her to survive 3 heart attacks. Okay, this is another inspiration for those who believe in meditation, could be a savior for their health, for their healthy life, physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual life. Okay, so in fact, yogis, meditators, ascetics in Himalayas, they don't go to doctor, they don't take all the chemicals that we are putting in our system, and they don't eat all those toxic food that we are eating. They are fully organic. In other sense, they live only on the fruits and the vegetables that they see around them, and drink water, and they live and survive for hundreds of years. Some are known even for the thousands of years. This is not a joke. This is not something that you can rule out, because even the science is trying to figure out those things. On National Geographic, there was a story of a young boy in Nepal who was in meditative state for years, and not eating anything, and still alive. This is in current time. These are the things that happen. We are not saying that you should not do this and you should do this. We are saying that this is the live example right in front of us. This is the live example of person living in the East and in the West, and still making it possible for living happily, healthy, successfully in professional career and everything. You decide for yourself how Samarpan can help. You decide for yourself, should I join this activity, this global Samarpan family, and should I be part of the Guru Tattva that is promoting Samarpan meditation through their website, through their organization in India and other part of the world. We invite you to take advantage of it. And on behalf of our This is Samarpan team and our global Samarpan family, I want to thank Lakshman and Chandraji and Sumathiji's soul with gratitude for sharing such beautiful information, and appreciate all what you have shared. So there was a special experience that you had with the Australians, 15
Yes.
Australians. That
Yeah,
you did not.
yeah, that was actually an aircraft that we brought from Bangladesh. It's a made in Canada airplane. And it was having lots of problems. And anyway, I had these Australians at the peak, at 15 of them. And the project went on for 10 months, cost overrun. And every time I had challenges when I let these guys, get ready for flight tests, the plane seemed to break down.
Wow.
So I go to pratana.com to the helpline, pray to Swamiji. And one fine day, I still remember it was a Sunday. And I happened to be there and these folks were not there. And I, got the pilots and went on the flight test. And it went and not a single defect.
Wow.
The plane came back and next day I delivered it went to Papua New Guinea.
Wow.
That is the power of sometimes. Well, because I feel that sometimes, there are certain spirits in the plane that you don't know. I mean, I don't know, but plane was operating in Bangladesh and what they were carrying. Or sometimes spirits are there. I don't know whether you believe in it, but
yes. This is where the power of prayer and believing in science and spirituality both is very important. And I want to tell you, regardless of one's spiritual background, regardless of one religious background or nationality or language, we are all human being, and human being has two aspects: jiva or atma. Swamiji says that if you are a dead body, then there is no change. It does not make any difference to you. But you are a living body. You are a living human being. So it matters. It matters because you have consciousness. You have soul and your spirit, your jiv and your atma. Both these enters in human body form when we were conceived in our mother's womb in the second trimester. After 3 months, that soul and that spirit enter together. And that spirit is something what we call chi. That spirit is something what we call ki in Japan. That spirit is something what we call in India kundalini. That spirit is what we call in Western world life force. If you go and do the research and try to check in the historical scriptures of Judaism, if you go into the scriptures of Vedas, if you go in the scriptures of any other religion, you will find the importance and indication of spirit, of ruah, what we call breath. The breath is taking place because of the spirit. The moment the spirit leaves, the moment your soul along with spirit is going away, jivatma is out, and then you are declared officially dead person. But that spirit that leaves the body in the time of accident, for example, air crash and whatever, stays around the spot of accident, depending on the situation, how that soul was trapped into that accident. How many times there is a huge documentary also. If you go and research on reincarnation research by the University of Virginia, they have more than 2,500 cases of reincarnation, rebirth stories. And one of the story was of a young boy who was claiming that I was flying the World War II flight. I was the pilot and I got trapped into the plane. And he had this traumatic memory. When he was born, he had those memories coming again and again and again. And Osho Rajneesh says that many times those memories are very strong in the childhood age, before the age of puberty, from 1 to 14 years of age. These memories are very strong. It may vanish, it may go away, but this is where I'm talking about spirit and spiritual energy. Swamiji says that after the death also, your soul keep revolving around or stay in the environment of the dead body for next 3 days at least. And it takes 3 days for your soul and your jiv, which is spirit, jivatma, to leave that environment and to go out of it. But if that trauma, that accident, that death has happened in an unexpected manner, and you were struggling in that time to come out of it, and you were not able to be successfully coming out, then that trauma or memory stays with your spirit. Understand this. And that spirit, depending on the spiritual progress of being enlightened or unenlightened, meaning that hosh or behosh, as the language of Osho, then you are not able to liberate yourself. You are stuck into that memory. And these are the kind of situation that makes the spirit keep wandering around it. Because when we took the birth as a human being, we entered into the contract that in this lifetime, I am going to finish this work. I am going to not repeat these mistakes again that I did in my past life, and I am going to liberate myself. Our soul, our Atma, is independent, is a passive one that witness only, that doesn't do anything, but is the omniscient. Is our soul knows many things, our Atma knows many things, but it doesn't do anything. Our jiv, our spirit, our kundalini, as Swamiji explained, has the record of all our past life in an unconscious manner. It is like locked. When you come into the path of Samarpan meditation, by the grace of living Guru, Sri Shiv Krupananda Swamiji, and by the grace of Himalayan Gurus, your soul in the unconscious memory, whatever was preserving in the Kundalini, gets awakened, gets unlocked. And that information slowly becomes available to you to be used during this lifetime. An evolved soul like Sumatiji can read that, can connect, and he was waiting for those kind of signals to come in association with the living Guru like Shiv Krupananda Swamiji, to enlighten one's own spirit, to unlock one's own hidden knowledge, and to use it for the spiritual journey further during this lifetime. The moment this enlightenment take place, if you use it wisely for your spiritual journey, for your spiritual progress, this wisdom can help you go from the ignorance or unconsciousness to the knowledge of self, Atmagnan, from duality to unity, from ignorance or darkness to the light of divinity, and that will help you to liberate. I feel very sorry sometimes that many souls currently are practicing different religious practices, practicing different spiritual practices, practicing different forms of yoga, tai chi, meditation, but they are not able to understand this simple knowledge. I have done very deep research and I was able to find out by the grace of Gurudev, I got enlightened during this lifetime and able to understand these things. And by the grace of my mother and my father, by the love of my wife, I was able to develop this and reach to the state of liberation during this lifetime. That's why I can go in depth and understand when I am hearing the story of that person, when I'm hearing the story of a living or non-living, when I'm hearing the story of spirit or the physical form. And I try to share that knowledge. I try to explain that knowledge to the audience of Soul Satsang channel. Through this, I'm trying to explain you that Samarpan meditation is a beautiful path that costs you nothing, but it can help you unlock many mysteries that you have not understood in this life or in your past life. By the grace of a living Guru, the most important thing is not limiting myself into the judgmental mindset, not limiting myself into the limited information of my religion or my God or my belief system, but opening up myself to receive the information from a stranger who came from Himalayas in our life and shared his knowledge with us and who taught us to meditate. And he said, practice it for 45 days. If it works for you and it helps you in a positive way, use it. If you do not want and you are not happy, forget it. At least we became friends. That is how Swamiji came in my life. That is how we started in 2001, Samarpan Meditation. And that is what we learned, that Chandraji and Sumathiji also came in contact with Samarpan Meditation and Swamiji. And today, their life is different. Today, I can literally say that Sumatiji was able to liberate her soul. She was in that enlightened state. So there are many of you, I want to tell you, there are many of you who are watching this program who did not know certain things about your own self. You want to practice Samarpan meditation to know yourself, not to create an identity or name or fame or professional success or material success. You are in this path to enlighten your soul, to move from the darkness to light. Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya, that is what it is. From the darkness of ignorance about self to the light of knowledge of self. Asatoma Satgamaya, from the asatya or lies or fake or unreal to the real, what is truth, what is everlasting. Mrutyurma Amrutam Gamaya, from the death to the everlasting life, from the disturbed, chaotic mind, or from the unhappy, unhealthy lifestyle to the everlasting nectar of spirit, of joy, of abundance, of peace, and of love. That is what meditation brings in our life. That is what we practice here in Samarpan Meditation. I hope this helped you. And Chandraji, I will leave this last part with you to close with your remark. What we...
Really, this was a wonderful event, and a lot of your lectures were pretty interesting. I hope it'll enlighten a lot of the younger generation.
Thank you.
As I said in my last slide that I wrote there for the younger people, look at things very positively, take it seriously, and then start focusing on them. I mean, you can do what you want, but end of the day, you need to have some level of seriousness.
Yes.
Yeah. And then get in the habit of reading books. And, these days, I don't see many of the kids reading books.
Yes.
But, you got to get really into the habit of reading all the storybooks. That gives you ample opportunity, because when you go into university and all that, you have to read a lot of books.
Yes.
Yes, it's available online, but still end of the day, you got to do your research and a lot of the what you call thesis you have to do.
Yes.
And then make sure you set a goal, work with a timeline, and try to achieve it. If you fail, doesn't matter. Even if you fail 10 times, keep going at it. You are going to achieve it someday. And don't worry about what people are going to say about you. That they're not feeding you or they're not living for you. You are by
Absolutely.
yourself. So that is the most important thing. And as I said earlier, think big, think fast, and think ahead.
Very
And
powerful.
with this, I want to wish all mothers and mothers to be happy Mother's Day. It's
Yes.
tomorrow in Malaysia, which is Sunday.
Same here. Same here.
And also the greatest mother would have been Mama Sarah, because she was able to groom her grandson to become the president of US.
Very beautiful. Very beautiful.
So,
I really, really appreciate your time, your energy, and all those words of wisdom, and how compassionately you are sharing your knowledge to the world around you. I really appreciate both of you and your son Lakshman coming to this program. And I want to tell one more thing, that Happy Mother's Day to every mother in Samarpan family, as well as those globally who are privileged to become mother during this lifetime and raise children or give birth to a human child during this lifetime. So, lot of love, respect, and gratitude to every mother, because Swamiji says being mother is being God. God has given this privilege only to mother, not to any man, not to any other, uh, how you say, gender. Mother is the only one who is privileged to give birth to next generation, to next line of lineage of your family. But the greatest mother of all is the mother of our soul. We call Guru Mauli. Guru Mauli is the mother of our soul, who gave birth as a soul rather than as a human being or as any other creature. This is again a Vedic word, or word that comes from the Upanishad. The word Upanishad is at the lotus feet of a guru. Okay, and lotus feet of guru is needed simply because you may go and study millions of books, you may go and study have thousands of degrees, but if you do not study your own self, if you do not have the knowledge of self, you have not graduated from the avagaman or bhavarog or life and birth cycle. That liberation or moksha or nirvana or salvation can happen only by the grace of a living guru who is enlightened himself, who has traveled on the path of life as a human being, and who received the authority or grace of his living guru to pass down this knowledge, this wisdom to the others around him. In fact, I have realized that this is so natural, this is so powerful, this is so unique, that in many cases, Guru-disciple relationship is so powerful that without exchanging any words, that knowledge get transferred, that those values and those powers get transferred from a living guru to another living disciple. And that life and living aspect is more important than authorized or unauthorized. However, it is more about the grace. Greater our Samarpan Bhav, greater our willingness to merge and surrender our entire existence into the consciousness of our living Guru, greater are our chances to receive the grace of Guru, his spiritual values, his moral values, and his powers for our soul, for our mind, and for our body. And that is what I call liberation. In the state of liberation, you are not tied up in the bondages of relations. You are not tied up in the entanglement of karmas. You are not tied up into judgment of others. You are a free spirit. You are an enlightened soul. You are ready to fly and take new height of your spirituality beyond the fourth and fifth dimension. That is the power of Samarpan meditation. That is the power of our Guru Mauli, Sri Shiv Kripananda Swamiji. On behalf of our global Samarpan family, I bow down and wish Happy Mother's Day to our Gurudev. And I bow down to each and every mother, because I felt that it is because of the mother energy that I was able to grow and start this Soul Satsang channel. I am trying to bring this knowledge of spirituality as well as learning from the stories of those who have proved themselves as successful people, as happy people, as spiritual people, and not making mistake in our life that others keep on making mistake by living what they do. So this is very, very powerful platform. This is very, very powerful story. And let us go to the next level. I request Sonalji, whom I also consider motherly energy. I call her Sonamma because of her spiritual state of her soul. And I invite her to take over this program to the next level. Thank you very much, Chandraji. Appreciate your help.
Thank you.
Jai
Thank
Baba
you.
Swami, Chandraji, such a beautiful session. You just got us glued to the session from the beginning to the end, and it was so inspiring in so many dimensions. As a professional, as a energy, and as a balanced person who reaches new height in profession. So, thank you for contributing to the society, and through your journey, we have felt so many vibrations of Sumathiji also. So, thanks to Sumathiji for being non-Hindi speaker and still spreading Samarpan so much in different countries. So you both really are inspiring for all of our introduction team. So thank you so much. We have a little tribute, but before that, I just want to say this, share this slide about this slide. Is if any of you have know of such soul who can inspire just like Chandraji or Sumathiji's life, please share with us. We would like to bring their life's journey to you so that we can make better person. So with that, you can reach out to one of us, our teammates, or and then we will work from there to bring this session to you. So uske baad, there is a little tribute from our team to you. So just
Oh.
few more minutes. I know that you have been awake last night reviewing all the PPTs and every minor point, just like inspection of a flight which wouldn't crash. You just went through the same sincerity in PPT and made sure that every little detail is perfect. So just like that, we want to give you a little tribute from our team. So let's go ahead and play this video.
Thank you. You know, Swamiji always will say, if it's meant for you, it'll come to you. If it's not meant for you, don't become a sour grape, just leave it and go. One of the reasons, you'll be surprised, during that 10-year period we were living here, she never went to see a doctor. She refused to see a doctor, not even a blood test. She said no, because she found happiness in the spiritual path, and she went very deep into it. I was born to a Hindu family in a Muslim country, and I lived with the Chinese, and finally I lived in Montreal in the French province and worked there. So, at early age, I was able to learn tolerance. But besides that, you know, it has helped me in my work, because whenever I take up any big projects, I need to have some blessing, and you need some energy with you to go, because you're all by yourself. You're in a different country, different language, different cultures.
Beautiful video, Pranavji. Thank you for
Wonderful.
making it.
Thank you so much. I didn't know there was such a big team behind you. I only saw the.
This is a teamwork, excellent team that I have to support me. Otherwise, this cannot be realized. But you being in such a diverse international work environment and having worked with so many different cultures and different mindset, how do you see the Guru Karya that we are doing, and as a team, how we have created this program from the training point of view for an ordinary person to receive the information? Would you like to give us suggestions or comments on how we can improve?
Definitely. I teach on human factors, which is
Yeah.
related to basically aviation, where we teach the relationship between the human, the environment, and the machine. So there are 12 dirty dozens are there, and one of them, the topmost one, is communication
Yes.
and teamwork. These are the two most thing that takes priority. So if you must have these two. So when I see these things you all have put together, I mean there must be a lot of good communication and teamwork. And
Thank
that
you.
is what in many projects we always fail in these areas. If we don't have
Yes.
good teamwork, then projects will not take off. Or if we don't have good communication, you can also run into serious problems. So clarity is important.
Yes.
And besides all the other factors like pressure, stress, norms, and then assertiveness, then you also have disturbances.
Yes.
So all these things, are contributing factors that result. So I mean, naturally, when you all are doing all this, there's a lot of these factors would have come in between, but you never realized it. When you're doing something, someone interrupted, or there's a phone call that came, and so certainly it's a great team that you all have put together this whole thing, and I'm very proud of I never knew Samarpan had such a big professional team, put it that way, because I
Thank
myself was involved in developing training material for pilots and engineers to write the storyboard and everything. But that
Right.
was somewhere in 2009, 2008 I've developed it. But technology changes and more things are coming. But I know the work involved, and it's great. I'm sure you folks will be very successful in years to come.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
How about, can you all share some experience, Pranavji, Rasikaji, Ashleya, Sagar?
Before we go on that, I want to ask one more thing. Chandraji, as you have seen the flow of the interview, and we have tried to present your story, I am trying to use many, visual elements into this presentation that we created, the PowerPoint and some audio videos and stuff like that, to make sure that at the soul level, the energy is doing its work in this Samarpan program. But at the same time, on a physical, mental level, Deepak Chopra has written very beautiful book, Ageless Body, Timeless Mind. It was more focused on your going out of time, going out of your body's limitation and reaching to the soul level. And when you cross the time faculty, you don't realize how much time has gone. For example, today we are more than 4 hours now, and we are still fresh. I am trying, by creating what we are doing, to keep fully your senses engaged and your attention focused on this. And by the grace of Gurudev, this is happening in This is Samarpan program month after month. We have 1.5 hour interview to 8 hours interview in This is Samarpan. So this is like full day of work for somebody. That long interview we have, and people don't get tired. People don't stop. Our volunteers don't get off. They are there and they contribute. So first of all, I want to be thankful to Gurudev. I want to be thankful to my team for doing excellent, dedicated job day and night to make sure that we keep up this standard. But the most important thing is, in order to communicate, as you say, I am a very big promoter of communication. I am using all these different elements and making your story come out as alive, and try to bring the right type of emotions to connect with the audience. Okay, and that is the objective. Do you think we have done good justice in telling your story to the world and learning from it as a human being, to learn
Well,
from this?
because if you look back at my story, if you see where I started and where I ended up, what I'm doing now, to me, I feel I'm cherished. Like, yes, I worked hard for that. That is what I deserve it. But,
Yes,
end of the day, I think anyone could have done it if you stayed focused and, you never, drifted,
yes,
stay focused. And then if do your due diligence, I mean, every year you have to program yourself what you're going to achieve this year. You have to write things like that and develop and keep improving all the time.
hmm,
And so I do a checklist of myself. Where have you gone this one whole year? You have some targets and you work with. And so those are all, I mean, these are things that you have to develop yourself. No one is going to come and teach you or tap behind your back and say, do this, do
yes,
that. So, so it depends on the group that you do work with. Like that job that I went to Indonesia, they want the report by Monday. So tomorrow,
wow.
whole day, developing that. Maybe I can use some of your team people to work for me.
Yes, that is
No,
very
no, no.
powerful compliments
Yeah,
for
yeah.
us, and that
No, but
shows that we are doing the job right and professionally on an international standard. That is what I want to
yeah,
tell.
yeah. I mean, it's great. We didn't have any flaws, and everything worked well, and you were well prepared. So that tells me a lot about your depth of having developed this many times. So all your what do you call, your areas where you need to take breaks and the backup that you did and all that. So I can see where you're
Yes,
coming from. It comes through
yes,
experience.
yes, absolutely. Yes, thank you
So
very much for those
yeah,
kind words. And
there's one thing you,
please feel
sorry.
free to give us suggestions even after the program.
Yeah,
If you
I'll
find
write a nice review. There was one thing you said about earlier for the people to gain height and fly high. I remember in
Mhm.
one of your earlier you talked about, now, if they don't fly high, come to me, I'll fix it for them.
Okay. We have now
All right.
collaboration. We have now mutual support between us.
The other thing I would just last, this is very important because it's Mother's Day. When I was driving Swamiji, he will get excited suddenly. Oh, another one was born. Like almost about 6, 7 kids were born while I was driving him for 9 days because he was tracking all the kids. Are you all aware of that?
No,
Yeah,
I
those who sign up, those who are going to deliver babies, they sign up with
yes, yes,
Pratna. There's a little group. And Swamiji is focusing on those deliveries so that they do not have any hiccups.
yes, yes, yes.
So I don't know whether you have. So see, a lot of things that I never talked about, but there is so much of information that never got shared.
Yes, yes, yes. No, we have the program with what's the name? Dr. Sonalji, help me.
Hetal Acharya?
Hetal Acharya.
Yeah.
Yes. So Dr. Hetal Acharya, who was one of the appointed sadhika, and she was a lifetime devoted sadhika who contributed a lot in the Guru Karya. We interviewed her also, and we mentioned, we created special program with her also for those who want to become parent, and how spirituality and Swamiji's vision can be blissful to them and bring blessings to their child that is coming. We have the interview session on that. PIS also there.
Okay, wonderful.
That's lovely to hear Swamiji's real-time expressions through you. Thank you for sharing that of his childlike nature all the time.
He'll be sitting here and suddenly say, oh, one is born already. He's very excited. And I'll say, why? So then suddenly I said, then
like,
later when I talked, 9
it's
kids
like
were born in my car.
cricketers
Huh?
when they are playing the cricket, 1-6, 1-4.
How about Yes, go ahead.
Okay,
Please.
Anyway.
now you guys can go ahead and
Yeah,
talk.
they have been up since I don't know how many hours and didn't sleep enough, but they are the force behind this session. So, how about you express your sentiments? And you were the guys who made it happen today, Aishwarya and Pranav, Sagar, Rasika ji.
Aishwarya, what do you got to say?
I'm gonna remember that if I want to fly high, I'm coming to you for sure.
Come, we got a flight going from Indonesia to India.
Yeah, so with Swamiji, Swamiji has all the force, and you have all the technology to be high there. So you got us covered.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a fly high spiritual section today.
Yeah.
So thank you, because it is different when it's Swamiji, the experiences, and then your experiences from all over the world. You covered it for us, all the whole world. So
Well, it
thank you,
is.
Jai Baba Swami.
Yeah. Thank you. Jai Baba Swami.
Jai
Anyway,
Baba.
anyway, I will do a review and I'll write to you, Hitanji. I will write to you and I will
Please,
send to
please.
one of you. But thank
I
you so
believe-
much.
I believe as a learning
Mhm.
experience, every session or every meeting, every guest we meet, we learn something. And we welcome your suggestions, even the audience. We request you, if you see something that we can improve or we can change for the better program in the future, please share your suggestions and opinions with us. We are open to that. Thank you.
Anybody
you.
else?
Thank you.
Yes,
You want to say
Pranav.
something?
One thing I would say is like what I learned from you is mainly the balance that you are having in your life, right? Like, so it's not just like one thing, like it's like, yeah, you have achieved success in the career, but at the same time, you are also, very spiritual, supporting a lot of social work. You're taking Zumba classes, of course, and many other things that you're doing that you like, right? So it's not, and then you can still have the success in your career. So I think that is the biggest, takeaway from.
No, one of the things that all of us should learn, do what you enjoy most. Do
Exactly.
what you like most. Don't restrain yourself. Don't restrict yourself. Just go, let go and do it. Don't worry about what people are going to say. That's none of their business.
Yeah.
Just go and do what you like. I mean, I've done more things, but I didn't share with you all. But that'll be for the next session.
But I can
But,
tell you, I agree with you totally. Soul Satsang is one of that activity that I am enjoying the most. And I think I am able to give to the world what I wanted to give. Because I am very much into from very young age in the art, singing, music, meditation, drama, all those things. And this program allows me to do everything that I wanted to create in an artistic way to present life's message, because life is the biggest art that we are all living, and it is only coming out with imperfection, because more imperfection, more mistakes we make, we become more perfect, we become more how you say, beautiful in our art, in our creation. So that is the thing that we are trying to send a message to our audience, that be imperfect, be wrong, it is okay, but be natural, be who you are. That is the most important thing, and the best that you have will come out from you when you are with the right people like this. Whoever you see on the screen, these are all the right people, these are all
Sagar, do you want to share something?
Chandraji, no words for this interview. Very beautiful interview. One of the best parts that I liked from your interview was that you needed to balance yourself to be able to be successful in life. And to balance yourself, you need to meditate.
very true, very, very true. Thank you.
Yeah, one of the things that I want to share, another word of wisdom, is called the 5 W's.
Yes.
All these are time wasters. Wandering, wishing, whining, weeping, and worrying. All these are, all the 5 W's, all are time wasters. So don't put into these 5 W's, just keep going. All right.
Okay, Rasika ji, last
All
but
right.
not least.
Lovely session. Everybody said, I think most of it. So I think we had fun making the journey put into the presentation or the video, what we were working on. And of course, we had a lot of anubhutis with experiences related to it, that it just happened so easily, as if we have not spent much time on it. You kept giving us the right information, very particularly organized, and
Yes.
everything. It was so beautifully worked out so well that it was very easy to work with you, and great listening to
Because
you.
you are a professor or trainer yourself. You are so organized, and we got the most number of photos and information from you than any other guest before, because you had this in a database in a well-organized manner yourself. So we thank you for that.
Thank you, thank you. And the most interesting thing was we were working on different time zones, and then I was traveling. Not coming from Indonesia, going through airports, and then I got to make sure that I got Wi-Fi and things like that, and then I'll keep checking your messages. Then there and then I'll sit in a cafe and update it, and then continue going through immigration. So it was fun because that is how I work. There's never a perfect time you want to sit in an office and do. No. It doesn't work that way. That is why the younger generation have to, you have to keep going and just do it, because that is your focus. Your customer is waiting for some information, and deliver it. Doesn't matter where you are. The technology is there. So take advantage of it and do your job. It doesn't matter where you are.
Very true.
If you're different time zones, it's okay. You can still achieve it, And when I did the project on that aircraft, I was working through 5 time zones.
Wow.
5 different people, yeah. It was done in Malaysia, but I had to deal with 5 different
people.
Yeah, different groups and owners and, finance and all that. But anyhow, I certainly wish all the mothers a very happy Mother's Day. And this will be a memorable one because of this interview, and you have just finished. For us, it's already past, it's already Sunday. Yeah, we already started Mother's Day. I know my niece is there, I can see. Kalaivani is there.
I hope they enjoyed, and we really appreciate your time. We literally learned a lot of things in today's interview, and so many things for our audience. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we end, we will just take blessings from Swamiji.
Okay.
Hi, Kalivani. Jai Baba Swami.
Hi, Jai Baba Swami.
Nice to see you. I've seen you, met you in IR. So
yeah,
good to see you. How's everything? Did you like the session and the journey? Unmute.
It was good. My uncle's talk is always really nice to hear. So it was definitely a very nice, enjoyable session. I couldn't join from the beginning. I was engaged outside, so I joined halfway. But I saw a lot of things. It was very nice to see my auntie back in some pictures. It was really nice. Very good session.
But she was the person who organized the surprise birthday party with about 58 of them.
Oh, she's the one. Now I know. Yes. Anyway, very beautifully organized. I saw those photos.
Anyway, thank you so much. And
yes, let's invite Swamiji. Just one last thing, and then we'll hang that together. Okay.
आप सबको खूब खूब आशीर्वाद. One more time, please.
आप सबको खूब खूब आशीर्वाद.
We say a lot of blessings to everyone. Thank you, and happy Mother's Day to all.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you to the audience too, who were there all the way from YouTube to here. Yes, we can stop live.
Kalaivani, you met us in the international retreat, and now we are meeting again.